Of those scratches, no super high five, no superfecta on that 6th race. 7th race is where the $200,000 guaranteed pick 4 presented by TVG gets underway. And in that 7th race, scratch the 2, Pretty Boy Elm. Scratch the 2, Pretty Boy Elm. 8th race, scratch the 13, My Sweet Cat. Did not draw into the race. Take out the 13, My Sweet Cat. Did not draw into the race. Featured 9th race, the Baird Double Dog Dare. Scratch number 7, Bajan Girl. Scratch the 7, Bajan Girl. No super high five on that 9th race. No super high five on the featured 9th. 10th and final race, take out the 8, Happy American. Scratch the 8, Happy American. Those are the current program changes. Time now to check in with Scott Hazelton and Gabby Gaudette.
Happy Friday to you, Kurt Becker. Happy Friday to those of you joining us on course here at Keeneland Racecourse. And for those of you joining us at home, Gabby and myself will be here through this 10-race card, which only gets better as we move through and we start with some challenging races to begin with.
That's right, but the late pick 4 looks really good today, and headlined by the Grade 3 Baird Double Dog Dare. We see the return of some very nice fillies and mares, Scott, headlined by Grade 1 winner and Speech, but also the number 1 Royal Flag for trainer Chad Brown has done some really nice things last year.
Let's take a look at that field. There's a scratch of the number 7 horse Bajan Girl, Speech, installed as the morning line favorite. You referred to her as a Grade 1 winner. That Grade 1 victory came here during the summer meeting in the rescheduled Grade 1 Central Bank Ashland, where she beat a nice filly in Venetian Harbor and ran away from her in the end, winning by 3 lengths.
She did, and she also could be the speed in this race, the 3 Graceful Princess. She's pretty quick. The only other horse in here, really, in terms of class, would be the 4 Heiress, too, and the good thing about her is that she at least has recency. Scott, her last race was in the Grade 3 Royal Delta just last month.
There's a case to be made for all of these horses in this Grade 3 Baird Double Dog Dare Stakes. It is part of the late pick 4, late pick 5, as well as the late daily double. And don't forget, the pick 4 guaranteed on this Friday at $200,000. Starts with race number 7, an allowance race on the main track for now 1 is a 2 straight 3-year-olds. We look forward to that. It is presented by TVG. It's going to be a challenging sequence, but rewarding if you can string together 4 consecutive wins in that pick 4, guaranteed at $200K, presented by TVG. We're 20 minutes away from the Friday opener. And still inside of 20 minutes from this opening race, and we'll start with a $30,000 claimer. These are straight 3-year-olds. They'll be going the 2-turn 1 mile on the main track, and 2 Worlds is 4-5 right now for Tom Amos and Maggie Moss, a colt by Tapiture, who we've seen race between Sam Houston and Delta most recently. We've seen Tom Amos bring a couple of these horses from Sam Houston / Delta, at least one here to the Keeneland race meet, and they've put this colt in the right spot. That's the bottom line. He's run well against Allowance Company in those Delta Downs races. Those are 2-turn races. Keep in mind when you see 7 furlongs and 7.5, with Delta being a bullring setup track. But this is a colt that might be able to dictate things with James Graham. James Graham, one of the go-to riders for Tom Amos. They've had plenty of success recently, primarily down at Fairgrounds most recently, but I think that he is the right one according to the wagering and according to his form, and even money right now. 2 Worlds, my top selection in the opener. The 5 is my second choice, The Beat, for Dane Kabisky. Dane's got some live runners today. Look for his runners later on today, including Medicine Tail in race number 7, which starts that $200,000 guaranteed pick 4 presented by TVG. But The Beat is a colt that has run here this meet on the 8th of April. He's coming back on quick notice. He was able to close in that race going 7 furlongs, so the added distance should not be an issue. His previous route races were against tougher company at Turfway Park. I mean, he ran into a stakes winner, Hush of a Storm, in his last route race on the 6th of January, who ran in the Grade 2 Toyota Bluegrass on opening weekend. So this is the right spot for the beat, and he is 3-1. Certainly is live in here with the added distance. And then I'll go to the rail at 7-1. Double Tough Tiger. Chris Hartman going to Mitchell Merle, as he often does. Here's a colt by Tourist, who I think is also going to have to try to go early on. Wouldn't want to get shuffled back going into that first turn with Two Worlds. They could hook up, Gabby, and it could really set things up for the 5-horse in the end. But you've got to respect this colt who just broke his maiden at Fairgrounds for maiden 30.
Yes, I definitely wanted to use him in the top 3. You and I agree completely in terms of the top 3 selections in the same order here. The number 2, Two Worlds, is also my top pick for trainer Tom Amis. Impressive victory last time out. This horse just seems like he kind of goes back and forth between really liking those middle distances between 7/8 and the mile. That was a big performance for him last time, 2 starts back. And then last time out, I think the race probably came up a bit too tough. So this is a good placement for trainer Tom Amis. This is what he's known for, especially with his claiming horses. He knows where to run them in order to win. And this just seems like a competitive placement for this horse today. The number 5, the Beat, he is going to be a closer, maybe be a bit more closer to the pace with this 2-turn configuration versus the 7/8 distance in which he ran last time out. And in that race, the pace completely held. We saw Copa. He was on the lead. Paul Y, the second place finisher in there as well. He was forwardly placed. And this horse was really the only horse that was doing any running late. And on top of that, he was about 7 wide coming around the final turn, did not save any ground whatsoever. So I think for those reasons, he probably didn't manage to win his last race. And this is an easier field today. I just don't think he gets the fast pace, but he didn't get a fast pace last time out either, and he still ran really well. So hopefully he can just have more of a ground-saving trip today. And then the 1, Double Tough Tiger, towards the inside for trainer Chris Hartman. Took him a long time to break his maiden, and he finally got the job done last time out. I just don't think that last race was very tough. It was a 7-horse field, but it was originally carded for the turf, and it was rained off. So he was facing, in my opinion, kind of mediocre horses for the level and turf horses too. So I just think that this is going to be a tough test for him facing winners for the first time. But I hope to see him at least aggressively ridden by Mitch Merle coming out of the starting gate, because it seems like his best races are when he is forwardly placed and, in fact, even on the lead. So we'll see what the strategy is when the gates open for the 1, Double Tough Tiger. But for me and Scott and the betting public, we're all on the two Worlds here, 15 minutes out from the first race. Good luck.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's first race. 3-year-olds with a $30,000 claiming price. No scratches, no jockey changes in the first. Race 1 mile over the main track, which is listed fast. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Main track is fast. The turf is listed good. The rail at 20 feet for the turf racing today. First race starts the first of the day's rolling doubles and pick threes and also begins the early pick 5. Post time at 8 minutes.
Inside of 7 minutes to post for race number 1, which does start the first pick 5 opportunity of the afternoon. And there's a look at the number 2 horse, Two Worlds. Looks great coming out here. A son of Tapiture, who's on his toes. He came out easy through the tunnel and now has picked up his energy when it comes to the warm-up. We'll see if they decide to get more of a warm-up with him as they turn back around. We'll see these horses start to pick it up just a bit. But Tom Amos has him looking fantastic here for Maggie Moss. And at 6-5, we'll see if the class relief is what does the trick for him here today, remaining at 2 turns. And now here he goes with his warm-up, looking smooth with Jimmy Graham as he passes right in front of us here, just past, just on the other side of the starting gate. There is the favorite, Two Worlds, for trainer Tom Amos. The number 4 horse, Language Barrier, 7-1 right now. This is a big leggy gelding, son of First Samurai for the Ammermans and Paul McGee. Not surprised that his best race came 2-turning on the dirt at Churchill Downs when he broke his maiden for 15 by 7 1/4 lengths. He's got to be respected, I think, just based on the way that he looks and his size for this route race here this afternoon. I like him based on what I'm seeing from him as he came out. And it was pretty revved up when he came out and was ready to go with the pony and continues to mess with the pony a bit. That's more of what he's doing than anything. Nothing to be concerned about as we're 5 minutes away from post time. And then the Beat, the number 5 horse, another one that looks really nice. He needs a pace setup. I think that, as we've mentioned, Crystal Conning is going to have to be patient off the pace to try to tackle this group late. He looks well as well. I mean, this is really a nice-looking group of 3-year-olds for $30,000. So sit back and enjoy the opener. 5 minutes to get those wagers in for the Keeneland Friday opener.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's first race, start of the early pick 5. First wire, they are at the post. They're off. There goes the beat. There goes Double Tough Tiger from the inside and Saint Ferain. And between that pair, Double Tough Tiger will have the lead as they head down to the first turn. Saint Ferain goes second. 1 length off the lead here early on. The beat is third up toward the far outside. Language Barrier moves up 1 lane off the rail between horses, gets down closer to the rail, saves some ground around the turn, now starts to move up again between horses to challenge for third. Further back, Mobster Gun next to last, and Two Worlds trails as they make the curve into the backstretch. 23.55 seconds, the time for the opening quarter. Double Tough Tiger, the leader. Double Tough Tiger leads at 3/4 of a length. Saint Ferain is second by a half length. Language Barrier, then the beat, who stacks up out in the center of the track and fourth, 1.5 lengths off the lead, and then a break of just over 3 more lengths back to Mobster Gun, and 6 more back of that when Two Worlds, who has struggled to keep pace with the field as they make the move toward the far turn after an opening half mile in 47.12 seconds. Back up front, though, it is Double Tough Tiger who is the leader. And here comes Saint Ferain to challenge. Here comes the beat to try to join them on the far outside, midway on the far turn. Language Barrier is fourth toward the inside, and then Mobster Gun and Two Worlds is still the trailer as they come for the quarter pole, and Two Worlds still nearly a dozen lengths off the lead. The beat, as they come to the top of the short stretch, has taken the lead and opens up here. The beat has opened up by 4 lengths, turning for home. And then it's Saint Ferain in second. Mobster Gun comes up the inside into third. Two Worlds is still at the back of the pack in the final furlong. And here comes Mobster Gun. Mobster Gun charging up the rail, runs right by the beat. Mobster Gun, Gerardo Corrales. Mobster Gun wins the opener. The beat was across the line in second, and Two Worlds came from far back to get third.
Phil Simms striking again here at Keeneland Racecourse during this spring meet. And down on the inside, it's Mobster Gun coming off the pace to win at odds of 5-1. Didn't catch where this horse came from, Gabby, because at this point in time, the 5 has this race won, but just doesn't want to switch leads. And right here is where the 5 lost the race and where Mobster Gun is able to win it.
Well, right before this, between the half-mile pole and the quarter pole, this horse was on heels, and it didn't have any room up the rail, but he waited, he finally got a small gap to close through, and that made all the difference. A ground-saving trip for the 6 Mobster Gun. The beat wide, probably moved a little bit too soon, faded to finish second at 3-2. But a nice price at 5-1, the 6 Mobster Gun on top.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's first race: 6, Mobster Gun first, 5, The Beat was second, 2, Two Worlds third, 3, St. Verrain fourth, 6-5-2-3 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's first race, 6, Mobster Gun, owned and bred in Kentucky by Rebecca Jordan. Trainer Phil Sims, jockey Gerardo Corrales. Mobster Gun, a 3-year-old son of Liaison out of Moon Abduction by Malibu Moon. 1 mile over the main track, listed fast, 1 minute 38.47 seconds. First race results official, 6-5-2-3, the official results. Keeneland's second race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering, start of the early pick 4. Main track is fast, turf is good. Rail set at 20 feet for the turf racing today. No changes in race 2. Looking ahead to the third, in that third race, scratch number 1, Stylish Ash. Again, scratch the 1, Stylish Ash. No superfecta on that third race. No superfecta on the third event. Jockey on the 5, Shelley's Gem, Gerardo Corrales. 5, Shelley's Gem, Gerardo Corrales is the jockey. Fourth race, scratch number 4, Shaldag. Fourth race, scratch number 4, Shaldag. No super high 5 wager on that fourth event. And checking ahead to race 5, no changes at this time in that fifth race.
Race number 2 starts the early pick 4, first of 2 pick 4s. Don't forget about that late pick 4, guaranteed at $200,000, presented by TVG. Starts with race number 7. But here you've got a heavy favorite who deserves to be the number 5 horse, Keep Your Distance. Couldn't get past this one as my top selection. Robertino Diodoro has this mare on a roll right now. She's been able to take advantage of these starter allowance conditions really since they claimed her for $25,000 at Saratoga last summer. She ran a good race at Kentucky Downs. She ran a good third here during the fall, kept that form going even a second time during the fall meet here at Keeneland. But her recent 2 races at Oaklawn Park, she's really turned it on, and she's gotten victories there, sitting close to the pace, which you've got to expect Luis Saez is going to do with this 18-time winner. She's made over $480,000. She's 7 years old. This will be her 3rd start this year at the age of 7, and she's looking to remain perfect. And boy, it looks like she's found the right spot. Diodoro and Heads Up Racing have found the right spot for her as she sits at 4 to 5. But Diodoro did have a similar situation earlier in the meet where he had a horse in such good form in these starter ranks who ended up getting beat. But I don't think that this mare will get the same sort of trip that runner did, who was just a little bit too far off the pace. The 1-horse Lady of Luxury for Chris Hartman. She's won from the rail in the past. She did so the day they claimed her off of 10 Strike Racing back in mid-February. Hartman ran her twice on the grass. She ran 2 good races. But with this starter eligibility and her form on dirt and turf, it's tough to pass these types of races up. So she comes up here from Fairgrounds off of a victory with Mitchell Merle in the saddle, who Chris Hartman leans on quite a bit, and they have quite a bit of success together. 7-2, she is a legitimate alternative to that of the 4-5 favorite. And then the 3-horse Jungle Juice for Anna Mia off the 3-month layoff. She's won here against Starter Company in the past. Gabby, she'll probably be part of the pace. She was quick in her last race at Santa Anita, but completely fell apart late in that race. So we'll see if Jungle Juice can get back to form off the 3-month layoff with several workouts here at Keeneland lately.
Well, the 5 right now, Keep Your Distance, is at 4 to 5, but I do go in a different direction with the number 1, Lady of Luxury here for trainer Chris Hartman. When you look at this 5-year-old mare, she is just incredibly consistent no matter what surface she is running on. Her last 2 races were good as she was sprinting on the turf course. She even won a 2 other than allowance race at the fairgrounds last time out, so really good form as of late. But she's just as capable of winning and running well on a main track. She's the 2-time winner on a fast main track, 4-time winner on a wet main track, and then, of course, that last victory sprinting on the turf. Distance, I don't think is much of a concern for her either. It's just a question of whether or not Mitchell Merle can kind of take her back and make that one move into the pace. With the added distance, I hope she's just not too forwardly placed, because that will take a little bit of her kick, the potency of her kick out. So hopefully Mitchell Merle can get the right type of trip on the rail today. The number 5, Keep Your Distance, trained by Robertino Diodoro. This horse was second when she was last here at Keeneland, and she showed speed that day. She's good on the lead. She can kind of stalk as well. She's tried this distance multiple times before in the past and hasn't quite yet succeeded. But I do expect an aggressive ride by Luis Saez to just try to go and say, catch me if you can, because if that's going to be the case, I don't think anybody can really run with her, potentially the 6, but she might have more natural speed in this event. And then the 3, Jungle Juice. You could argue she's the class of the field on the main track. Her last race wasn't great, but it was a first-level allowance race, and it was very tough. If you look at her starter races at Keeneland and at Churchill, her form is right there, and it's encouraging to see that she did win going 7/8 right here at Keeneland. And she's not slow. I don't think she's going to be as fast as the 5, Keep Your Distance, at this distance, but she should be able to be sitting just off of her. And she could probably, you could argue that she has better numbers than the 5, Keep Your Distance even. So she is arguably the biggest threat to the favorite here, and surprised to see her on the board right now at 6 to 1. She looks good in the paddock for Anna Mia. See what she can do. The 3, Jungle Juice, as the betting public is making the 5, Keep Your Distance, the heavy favorite in the upcoming second.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's second race. Starter allowance fillies and mares age 4 and up, 7 furlongs over the fast main track. No scratches, no jockey changes. Double and pick 3 wagering at start of the early pick 4. Main track is fast, turf is good. Post time at 7 minutes.
Early pick 4 times, 6 minutes to get those tickets in with race number 2. And we're going to start with the number 4 horse. That is Foreign Exchange, daughter of Congrats, who cuts back in distance. And she's getting a little warm out here, but she's feeling good. I think positive signs in looking at this filly as she returns to sprinting today. She's a big price at 29 to 1. She's going to have to step up her game, but she looks ready to go on the return to sprinting. And I think that will do her a lot of good. So she is, wouldn't be surprised if she's able to sit close to the pace and maybe even pick up a piece of it at a big price if you're playing exactas and tries or supers here in race number 2. But the 5 at 4 to 5 continues to be the standout on form and even on the track. She's just a bigger mare than the rest of these. She's older. She's 7. We know that, but you got some older mares in here as well. But keep your distance in such good form. She's seeking her 19th career victory. Looking for her first win here at Keeneland, but she's put it together 2 solid races so far, going back to the October meeting of 2020. But 4 to 5 on the board right now. She deserves to be the favorite against this group. But give a look at the full horse as we'll continue to see these horses warm up. She's, again, a big price, but could be worth a shot underneath at the very least. 5 minutes away from the second.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's second race, start of the early pick 4. They are at the post. And they're off. There goes Jungle Juice between horses out for the early lead. Lady of Luxury is there toward the inside. Keep Your Distance is also up close in the opening strides. Jungle Juice has the lead, though. Jungle Juice leads at 3/4 of a length. Lady of Luxury moves up a closer second down to the inside within a neck of the lead. Keep Your Distance a close third up on the far outside. Then a break of 2 more lengths back to Bye Bye Birdie. Margin of 3.5, 4 lengths now back of that one as they head to the turn to 4 in exchange. Ginormous is last. 22.61 seconds was the time for the opening quarter. Jungle Juice against the rail leads at 3/4 of a length. Keep Your Distance, the gray, second up on the outside by a length. And then comes Lady of Luxury to the inside. Bye Bye Birdie to the outside. A break of 7 more lengths back to 4 in exchange. Ginormous is last. They round the far turn. Jungle Juice, the leader. Keep Your Distance, giving chase still in second, still a length off the lead, though. Then a gap of 2 to Lady of Luxury, third, a length and a half to the top of the stretch. Bye Bye Birdie is in fourth. Keep Your Distance trying to reel in Jungle Juice. Lady of Luxury third. Here's Keep Your Distance right alongside of Jungle Juice. Those two matching strides past the 8th pole. And then a gap of 4 lengths to Bye Bye Birdie third. Lady of Luxury fourth. Jungle Juice fighting on gamely. Keep Your Distance is there on the outside. 16th pole, the battle continues. Jungle Juice, Keep Your Distance. Keep Your Distance trying to get ahead in front. Jungle Juice is there. Head bobbing photo for the win. Either Keep Your Distance or Jungle Juice for the top spot. Behind that pair, Bye Bye Birdie was third. Lady of Luxury was fourth.
These are 2 game mares duking it out from about the half-mile pole on, as Jungle Juice was the pace setter down on the inside. She just keeps on trying under Chris Landeros, and Luis Saez just off the distance with Keep Your Distance. Looks like maybe wearing her down in the final 16.
Yeah, Luis Saez was sitting patiently on the 5, Keep Your Distance, and he started to really have to get after this mare because I don't think he quite anticipated the fight from the 3, Jungle Juice, who was just not willing to give it up on the inside. It will come down to a photo finish, but it does look like the 5, Keep Your Distance, might have had the right head bob at the wire, Scott.
Photo for the win. Hold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's second race. 5, Keep Your Distance was first. 3, Jungle Juice second. 6, Bye Bye Birdie third. And 1, Lady of Luxury fourth. 5, 3, 6, 1, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's second race, 5, Keep Your Distance, owned by Heads Up Racing, trained by Robertino Diodoro, Luis Saez, the jockey. Keep Your Distance, a 7-year-old mare by Concord Point, out of Alley's Little Sis by Evansville Sloop. Bred in Kentucky by Terry Bruner. 7 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 23.27 seconds. Second race results official, 5, 3, 6, 1. The official results for Keeneland's second. We direct your attention to the winner's circle at this time. This spring marks the 10th anniversary of the Baird, previously Hilliard Lyons sponsorship of the Baird Double Dog Dare. In recognition of this milestone, Keeneland President and CEO Shannon Arvin is pleased to present a commemorative tray to Mr. Jim Allen, Vice Chairman, Mr. Steve Grossman, Managing Director, and Mr. Tom Kessinger, Managing Director. The tray is engraved with the names of the winners of the Baird Double Dog Dare since 2011. Keeneland is proud of its partnership with Baird, and we thank them for their strong support of Keeneland, the thoroughbred industry, and the Central Kentucky community. Keeneland's third race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering. Race 3 will finish in the short stretch of the first wire. Main track is fast. Herb listed good today. Stylish Ash, number 1, is scratched. It's in the upcoming third race. Scratch the 1, Stylish Ash. No superfecta on this third race. Jockey for the 5, Shelley's Gem, Gerardo Corrales. 5, Shelley's Gem, Gerardo Corrales. Fourth race, scratch number 4, Shaldag. That's the fourth race. Scratch number 4, Shaldag. No super high 5 on that fourth event. Race 5 has no changes at this time.
We move on to race number 3, 19 minutes to post, 40,000 claimers for fillies and mares 3 and up, of which have never won 3 or straight 3-year-olds. A mile and a 16th will be the distance. The 2 gets the rail now with the scratch of the 1 horse. That's Gray Sun's Macho Gal for Johnny Ortiz, a daughter of Mucho Macho Man, who is a 2-time winner, one of which was here at Keeneland Racecourse when she upset a field back in October of 2021 by 9 1/4 lengths. She was 11-1 that day. We're getting nowhere near that as she sits at even money. She's a filly that they tried against Stakes Company last time out in the Pippin Stakes. She was 63-1. She was just in way over her head, and she ran a good race against Starter Allowance Company. So they're dropping to get a victory here today, and they certainly look like they've dropped into the right spot to achieve that second victory at Keeneland and third lifetime victory overall. Pretty straightforward filly. Gabe Saya should have her out on the front end with this rail post and try to lean him all the way around there. The number 6 horse, my second choice, Persisto for Kelly Breen. This is a filly that's also taken a drop down in class. She hasn't been in for a tag at any point over the course of her last 10 starts. And she comes out of 2 other than Allowance Company at Aqueduct and Laurel, even a victory at Delaware against entry-level Allowance Company. She'll be trying to close late with the Sayas. That, or maybe they can try to be aggressive from this outside draw. It'll be interesting to see what the approach will be for trainer Kelly Breen with the daughter of Orb, who's also looking for her 3rd win, 4-year-old filly that looks nice as she is tacked up and ready to go with 18 minutes to post. And then finally, Gabby, the number 3 horse, Tynan for Dane Kabisky, a daughter of Liam's Map, who class drops. When she's at her best, she's out on the front end. There could be some pace in here based on the running styles when these fillies are at their best. But she comes off of synthetic tries. Her only dirt try lately was back in June at Indiana Grand. It was an off-the-turf event where she was able to win. So we'll see if she's able to go with the rail filly in here. She's currently sitting at 6-1. That's Tynan, my 3rd selection.
All right, Scott, we're looking at the field here. I do agree that the 2 Grayson's Macho Gal's probably going to be the speed, but I went with the class play, the number 6 Persisto, as your second choice right now at 9-5. Kelly Breen has shipped just a handful of horses here during the Keeneland meeting, and they've all been running extremely well. He did have an impressive winner a couple weeks ago, and I think this is a good spot, a good placement for the 6 Persisto. She's been facing 2 other than Allowance Company at Aqueduct, even at Laurel. These are races that are just much, much tougher than what she faces here today. And I think the thought is, well, she's not going to break through at the 2 other than Allowance level. Things are only going to get more difficult over the summer months. So let's just drop her and hopefully get a victory here. So I like the post position for this horse, and obviously Louis Saya should be able to be sitting just off the pace of the number 2 Grayson's Macho Gal, who is the second selection. And when you talk about class, she's very close to the 6. She has been competing against Starter Allowance Company. She even faced Stakes Company last time out. Problem with her is that I did think that the 6, Persisto, won't let her get away with too much on the front end. And she is coming in off of a layoff since late January. She also has to go a mile and a 16th, and I think some of her better races might be at shorter distances before in the past. But she has been in good form. This is a good placement for her. She just might not be able to fully get it at a mile and a 16th with the pace pressure from the 6 Persisto. And then finally, the number 4 Extrema, first off the claim for Matt Shearer. They claimed this horse last time out for $30,000, so I think it's an encouraging move that they step her up to $40,000 today. And if you look at her back numbers, you know, she kind of has gone back and forth between different surfaces, between the turf and the dirt surfaces. I'm not truly sure which surface she's best on, but she does have consistency on form, and she did compete against graded Stakes Company before in the past. So I think there might be a little bit of back class here that could resurface for the new connections. First off the claim, Florent Drew does get them out. 6-2-4 for me in this upcoming 3rd race. We are 15 minutes out.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's third race. Fillies and mares age 3 and up, a $40,000 claiming price. Mile and a 16th over the fast main track. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Scratch number 1, Stylish Ash. Again, scratch the 1, Stylish Ash. No superfecta on this third race. Jockey for the 5, Shelley's Gem, Gerardo Corrales. 5, Shelley's Gem, the jockey Gerardo Corrales. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here. Post time at 8 minutes.
Horses on track, warming up here for the upcoming third race, and we'll start with the number 2, Grayson's Macho Gal towards the inside. She has been on her toes since she walked out to the track. She definitely feels fresh, feels keen to go. She is a little bit on the warmer side. It's a cool day. Not really seeing any other horse in the post parade really react the way she is, but this could be something that she's just been doing before in the past. Unfortunately, I haven't really gotten the opportunity to see her too many times, but she is on her toes, and I expect her to show speed. Now, another filly that could potentially show speed with her is the number 3, Tynan for trainer Dane Kabisky. Now, she is getting a class relief, but when you look at her, I actually like the warm-up she's getting here under Joe Rocco Jr. She's been known to have speed before in the past, and when you look at her, she doesn't look anything like a sprinter. Her last race, she sprinted against 2 other than Allowance Company, but she definitely looks like a 2-turn horse. When you look at her 2-turn races on the dirt, they're good races. They're at least against a lot tougher competition, including her race in which she won when she broke her maiden at Indiana Grand last summer. So look for maybe this filly to wake up on the stretch out back and distance. I think this distance is much preferred. And then the number 6, Persisto. Last but certainly not least, she just looks great. She is maintaining really good condition. I think she just needs the class relief. She's not going to be able to break through at the 2 other than allowance level, but she is keeping with the pony here for Louis Saez today. And I would say that she just looks extremely fit coming into the race. Good coat, everything to like about the 6, Persisto. An interesting group coming up next, but still your heavy favorite at 6-5 is the 2, Grayson's Macho Gal.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's third race. First wire, they are at the post. They're off. There goes Grayson's Macho Gal along with Tynan from the inside, and Tynan now moves up around the outside of Grayson's Macho Gal and has the lead as they head for the first turn. Extrema comes away running in third. Persisto fourth up on the outside, and Shelley's Gem fifth as they move on to the turn. And it is Tynan the leader. Tynan on top against the rail, leads at a length and a half. Here's Extrema going into the second position from between horses, second by a half length. Grayson's Macho Gal moves up a closer third to the inside, and Persisto is there to the outside in fourth. Shelley's Gem last of the five, 24.3 seconds. That was the time for the opening quarter, and Tynan shows the way up the back stretch. Tynan leads at 3/4 of a length. Here comes Persisto on the far outside, up within a half length of the leader. Extrema between that pair is third, now a length and a half off the front pair. Grayson's Macho Gal fourth down toward the inside, and Shelley's Gem fifth, right there with the rest, just 3 lengths from the front, opening half mile in 48.49 seconds. Over to the far turn, Tynan and Persisto go 1-2, separated by a neck. Grayson's Macho Gal is third by a head. Extrema fourth, a half length between horses, and Shelley's Gem wide in fifth around the turn. Persisto the leader. Persisto leads it by a length and a half, 2 lengths clear now. Here comes Grayson's Macho Gal getting off the rail, moving up between horses into second to the top of the short stretch. Extrema tries to go with her from third. They turn for home. Persisto the leader. Persisto leads it by nearly 3 lengths off the turn. Grayson's Macho Gal is in second a length, and then Extrema in third. Into the final furlong, Persisto has the lead stretched out to a 5-length margin. Grayson's Macho Gal trying to fend off Extrema. That's the ongoing battle for second, well behind Persisto. Luis Saez, another win. Grayson's Macho Gal second, Extrema across the line in third, and then Tynan was fourth, and Shelley's Gem was fifth.
Persisto coming around the speed here today and going on with it very easily. She had a setup out in front of her, and she was kept out in the clear, kept clean. And Saez strikes again on this Friday afternoon.
The class just prevailed here, Scott. She was a filly that was competing against much tougher company before in the past. She got a good trip, but she was also much the best. Horses behind her, the 2, Grayson's Macho Gal, and the 4, Extrema, just trying but couldn't do it today. She's an easy winner in the end. The number 6, Persisto, 6-2-4-3 across the board.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's third race. 6, Persisto was first, 2, Grayson's Macho Gal second, 4, Extrema third, 3, Tynan fourth. 6-2-4-3 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's third race, 6, Persisto, owned by Cavallino Racing LLC of Bernard Carlissimo, owned also by USA Thoroughbreds of Kelly Breen, trained by Kelly Breen. Back-to-back wins for jockey Luis Saez on the card. Persisto, a 4-year-old filly by Orb out of Ivera by Warfront, bred in Kentucky by Claiborne Farm and Adele Dill Schneider. Time for the mile and the 16th over the fast main track, 1 minute 44.66. Third race results official, 6-2-4-3, the official results. Keeneland's fourth race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering featured here. Scratch the 4, Shaldag. Number 4, Shaldag is a scratch. No super high 5 on that fourth race. Turf is listed good. The rail set at 20 feet. Looking ahead, no changes in the fifth race. In race 6, scratch the 2, factor this, and scratch 4, Hey Dakota. That's in the sixth race. Scratch the 2, factor this, and scratch 4, Hey Dakota. No super high 5, no superfecta on that sixth race.
Got some turf racing coming up next. Race number 4 starts another rolling double, rolling pick 3, as this is a group of maiden special weight 3-year-olds that will be asked to go a mile and a 16th on a good listed turf course, as that moisture remains in the course from this past weekend. We're looking right now at my top selection, the number 7 horse, Boss is a Pal, for Eddie Keneally, a colt by Street Boss, who comes in with a couple of solid workouts here at Keeneland Racecourse. And this is a first-time starter. I'm going to take a shot against the experience in here. And Drayden Van Dyke still seeking his first win here at Keeneland Racecourse since relocating from Southern California. Hopefully he can be aggressive from this outside post. And Eddie Keneally's good with first-time starters, and he's even better when he debuts them on grass, as this colt is being asked to do here today. He comes from a family of turf winners. The first dam, Chapala, by Meadow Lake, one of the all-time best broodmare sires. This first dam has produced 4 turf winners in the past, so a nicely related colt by Street Boss. I'm looking for him to strike first out at odds of 6-1. The number 3 horse, Deferred Taxes, 1-5 right now for Chad Brown and Seth Klarman's Klarovich Stables. A colt by Flincher, who's a Group 1, Grade 1 winner from here to England and even over in Hong Kong. So a top runner that Chad Brown had when he was here in the United States. But they bought this colt in the 2019 Keeneland September sale for $160,000. Seth Klarman, such a strong supporter of that sale and the industry in general, and showed up at Tampa Bay Downs to finish second on debut as the beaten favorite. And we oftentimes see these big operations with horses based at Palm Meadows on the other side of the state of Florida, closer to Gulfstream Park. They'll opt to ship over to Tampa Bay Downs to run their nice turf horses. So I don't see this as a negative that he wasn't racing at Gulfstream Park, and obviously most don't either. He's 1-5 right now on the tote board. And then finally, Feeding Frenzy, the number 5 horse, who is 9-2. He is the second choice at 4.5-1 for Ian Wilkes. This is a lemon drop kid gelding who had one start at Gulfstream Park, was involved early, but I think second time out for Ian Wilkes, Gabby, is a positive. You got Brian Hernandez, who's going to be taking over. This horse was 50-1 in that debut and was only beaten 5 lengths for all of it. And for them to opt to remain in the maiden special weight ranks obviously has to be viewed as a positive. But 7, 3, and 5 as I go with the first-time starter to try to beat this heavy favorite.
Well, Scott, I am not trying to beat the heavy favorite. The number 3 Deferred Taxes is going to be my top pick. This horse was bet in his first start. We saw Chad Brown send out a couple of really nice live maiden runners, even allowance runners, stakes runners, what have you. But he had a very strong winter at Tampa, and I just feel like this is a horse that's found himself in a very competitive field, or he is very competitive in this particular field. His last race, he did experience a little bit of early trouble. He also doesn't look like a horse that's necessarily most suitable for a mile, so the added distance to the mile and a 16th should help him. And that just was a decent group that he debuted against at Tampa Bay Downs. I just don't really, I think he'll have the experience edge, the class edge, all of that. And I think he'll probably have maybe a similar race in terms of like his early position. I don't think he'll be very forwardly placed, but we see that often be the case with Chad Brown runners. They just make one move off of the pace and have success. But he looks extremely fit. You can see his coat shining in the sun today. He looks excellent for the connections. The one penicillin success, second-time starter for trainer Paula Lobo. I just like this horse getting to the turf for the first time today. And if you have to go with the 3 Deferred Taxes, you want to have a nice price underneath to maybe beef up those exotics, say the exactas and the trifectas. So this horse, he did not pick up his feet at all in his first start against Maiden Special Weight Company at Turfway Park. But I do think that he can improve, at least considering his pedigree, at 2 turns on the turf. And then finally, the number 5, Feeding Frenzy. Second-time starter for trainer Ian Wilkes. Now, this horse at least was involved early and then faded to finish 6th against that group of 11. And that was a pretty decent group. The winner of the race was Cellist, and we've seen a couple horses exit that particular race in good fashion. So in many ways, I know he's still sticking against Maiden Special Weight Company, but it could be a bit of a class relief for this horse as well, because that was such a tough group that he did debut against, and you at least like to see a horse that can be forwardly placed in his first race. So the 5 Feeding Frenzy will be the 3rd selection, but I'm on the favorite, as is the public, the 3 Deferred Taxes for me in the 4th.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fourth race. The Mary Dell, maiden special weight for 3-year-olds, mile and a 16th over the turf. Listed good, rail set at 20 feet today. Scratch the 4 Shaldag scratch. No super high 5 on this fourth race. Double and pick 3 wagering are featured. Post time in 8 minutes.
There's a look at the 1-2 favorite. That is the 3 Deferred Taxes in the white and red of Seth Klarman's Klarovich Stables, and just a classy-looking individual. Getting a chance to see him walk out, really has a European build to him, not the round rear ends like we normally see on our American runners, and he's a European by a European stallion who was a European bred based here in the United States in Flintshire, but really has the look of a turf runner. You've got to like what you're seeing from the 3-horse, as he's just been so classy in the way that he conducts himself, as Javier Castellano asked for a little bit more here in this warm-up as they've turned around and going the wrong way in front of us. So really a nice-looking individual is Deferred Taxes. He might have him over a barrel based on the way that he looks here today. Wanted to go to the 5-horse Feeding Frenzy. He's a nice-looking son of Lemon Drop Kid. Here he is in his warm-up. Nice, easy warm-up with Brian Hernandez Jr. as he passes in front of the winner's circle with the favorite going right next to him. Not quite as big of a build as the favorite, but a strong build on this number 5 horse. He makes a nice appearance here as well. And then wanted to go to the 6 horse. When he came out with the pony, he was really revved up. He really has settled down, though, which is encouraging. But this son of Optimizer, not a bad-looking Calumet homebred for Jose Fernandez, who's looking for his first out win. This is a first-time starter, first out winner in some time. 15-1 right now on Optimal Trip. And he has leveled off a bit after being on his toes and really ready to get with the pony and get out onto the racetrack. So 1-2 on the 3 Deferred Taxes, as he should be in this 4th race. You've got 5 minutes to get those wagers in.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's fourth race, the Marydell. They are at the post. They're off. There's a credit for the early lead. Deferred taxes is there between horses, and Feeding Frenzy up toward the outside. Feeding Frenzy now begins to move forward, puts ahead in front from a credit toward the inside. Deferred taxes going to back away from that front pair for now. Back into third, a lane off the rail. Penicillin Success has some room to the inside in fourth. Boss is a Pal, fifth on the outside of that one. Optimal Trip, last of the six, running 5 lengths from the lead midway on the first turn. Feeding Frenzy, the leader. Feeding Frenzy against the rail, leading it 3/4 of a length as they hit the backstretch. There's a credit moving up a closer second toward the outside. Another length and a half. Deferred taxes is in third. Boss is a Pal, a wide fourth off the turn and into the backstretch. Penicillin Success, Optimal Trip at the back. Opening quarter, 25.18 seconds. Up the backstretch they go. And it is Feeding Frenzy and a credit, 1-2, separated by a half length. Deferred taxes stalking them from third, right in the middle of the pack. Then Penicillin Success. There's Optimal Trip. Finds some running room to the inside, moves up 2 spots from last. Boss is a Pal is wide at the back, 50.82 seconds, the time for that first half mile. Feeding Frenzy is the leader by a neck to the far turn. A credit draws alongside. They begin matching strides now, 2 lengths in front of Deferred Taxes. And Deferred Taxes, asked to run now, starts to close in from third. A length and a half off the leader, who is a credit. And a credit comes off the far turn with a 2-length lead. Deferred Taxes moving up to the outside of Feeding Frenzy, then Optimal Trip. Here's Deferred Taxes running after a credit who's got the lead a half length. Now the lead is gone because Deferred Taxes is right alongside. A credit's not thrown in the towel, though, and a credit's going to be stubborn here. Deferred Taxes on the outside of a credit. A credit has the lead back out to a length and a half, 2 lengths, a credit. Sophie Doyle, a credit to win it. Deferred Taxes second. Feeding Frenzy was third. Penicillin Success was fourth. Boss is a Pal fifth, and Optimal Trip sixth.
Now, this is the definition of an upset in race number 4 at Keeneland Racecourse. A 17-1 shot. Colt by Flatter named a credit. Spins him into the top of the stretch with the lead. And here comes the favorite, Deferred Taxes. 9 times out of 10, or 99 times out of 100, these kinds of horses with this style out of the Chad Brown get past. Not today, as the 2 finds more late and opens back up.
And completely discouraged the run of the 3 Deferred Taxes. He winds up by losing by a couple of lengths, but the 2 at credit felt his pressure on the outside, dug back in, and was very game today. A nice long shot winner at 17-1. Sophie Doyle in the irons for the victory as well. 17-1 over the 3 Deferred Taxes is your favorite. 2-3-5 across the board.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's fourth race: 2 A Credit was first, 3 Deferred Taxes was second, 5 Feeding Frenzy third, and 1 Penicillin Success fourth. 2, 3, 5, 1 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's fourth race: 2 A Credit, owned by Bob Grayson Jr. and co-owned by trainer Pavel Matejka. Sophie Doyle is the winning jockey. A Credit, a 3-year-old son of Flatter, out of Burn Credit by Bernstein, bred in Kentucky by E.H. Bolane III. Mile and 16th over the turf, listed good, 1 minute 44.99. The results are official for Keeneland's fourth race: 2, 3, 5, 1 official. Keeneland's fifth race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering. Start of the pick 6. No carryover. Main track is fast. The turf listed good. Rail at 20 feet for the turf racing today. Carryover for the Toyota Jackpot Super High 5, $9,210. No changes in race 5. Sixth race, scratch the 2 factor this. Also scratch the 4, Hey Dakota. That's the sixth race. Scratch the 2 factor this. Scratch the 4, Hey Dakota. No super high 5, no superfecta on that sixth race. Seventh race, scratch the 2, Pretty Boy Elm. That's the seventh race. Scratch the 2, Pretty Boy Elm. Eighth race, take out the 13, My Sweet Cat. Did not draw into the race. Take out the 13. My Sweet Cat did not draw into the race. Featured ninth race, the Baird Double Dog Dare. Scratch 7, Bajan Girl. Scratch 7, Bajan Girl. No super high 5 on that featured ninth race. 10th and final event, take out the 8, Happy American. 10th and final race, take out the 8, Happy American. Did not draw into the race. Fast track, turf listed good.
Race number 5, 18 minutes to post. This race does start the pick six, $1 minimum wager for the final 6 races of the afternoon, and a wide open event. We've got 5 horses between 9-2 down to 4-1. There is not a clear favorite by any means in this 5th race, and one of these horses that's in that mix is the number 4 horse, Congratulated, for Ben Colebrook, the Congrats filly, who started off her career with trainer Larry Jones at Oaklawn and Churchill, went to Ben Colebrook, has 1 start under his belt with this filly, does Ben Colebrook, and that was at Turfway Park in a race where she ran pretty well. She showed some speed, something that she had done in the past, and I think that she's a big threat to do the same here today in a race that I don't know how fast you're going to have to run. I don't know that you're going to have to run as fast as she did in that Turfway race, and Ben Colebrook has had quite the meet here at Keeneland Racecourse. So I'll take a swing with her, with Luis Saez, too. It's also part of the motivation to use Congratulated on top in this 5th race. They'll be sprinting 6 furlongs on the main track. There's the number 6 horse, Callie's Candy, for Phil Simms. Phil Simms looking for his 2nd winner on the card today. Good with first-time starters, wins 10% of the time. Good gate workouts, good half-mile workouts recently for this Candy Ride filly. And the fact that they're putting this filly in a maiden special weight race after purchasing her for $5,000 is a big plus. And I think they found a good spot to debut here as she sits at 9-2. Getting a look at her as she moves to the 2nd spot in the paddock, as she'll be circling the tree down there. And she's 9-2, as mentioned before, daughter of Candy Ride. And then finally, the 3rd choice is the number 7 horse. That is Mo Claire's for Ian Wilkes. She's had plenty of opportunities. She's run 8 times in the past. She tends to lay just off the pace. She's hit the board in 3 of those 8 starts, Gabby. You got to respect this mare in here, or filly, I should say, for these connections. But, what's going to be the difference today? Perhaps she's just found the easiest group that she's seen in a while, which could be the big difference today.
Yeah, it could be. That's why this is such a tough race to figure. Excuse me. Just walking away from the 6 horse, who is rearing up and really not a fan of me. So walking away here, Scott, for a second. The number 6, Callie's Candy, actually is the top pick for me. And I was just about to mention that she is very much on her toes. She was acting pretty professionally just a minute ago, but she's revved up. You can see she's just ready to roll. I don't mind to see that, though, considering that she is debuting sprinting on the dirt 6 furlongs today. I just hope that it's not so much nervous energy, it's just feel-good energy. So we definitely want to pay attention to her on track side and see how she changes after the warm-ups here. The 6, Callie's Candy, that first-time starter for trainer Phil Simms. The number 5, Happy Life, a second-time starter for Nick Zito. I just think that those races at Oaklawn, the maiden special weight races, can come up ultra tough. And when you look at this race at face value, I don't think this race is all that tough. So in that virtue alone, it kind of seems like she gets a little bit of a class relief. So the 5, Happy Life, going to be the 2nd selection. And then the 4, Congratulated, should be forwardly placed. She showed speed and faded last time out. She just has, her first 2 races weren't really that fast. So I don't know what to make of her now coming back to the main track today. But she does look like a speedy filly here for trainer Ben Colebrook. So it's going to be 6-5-4 for me in this upcoming 5th race.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fifth race. The Glen Oak, a maiden special weight, fillies and mares age 3 and up, 6 furlongs over the main track listed fast. No scratches, no jockey changes in this race. Double and pick 3 wagering, start of the pick 6, no carryover. There is a carryover, though, for the Toyota Jackpot Super High 5, $9,210. Main track is fast, turf listed good, post time in 7 minutes for race 5, the start of the pick 6.
Six minutes away from the most wide open race of the afternoon thus far, and we're going to start the conversation on the front side with the 3-horse Sophia Strong, who is 4-1, part of this group of horses that are so close in the wagering between the 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, just a point separate, 2 points separating most of them here. The 4 has just moved over to the favorite. But of the first-time starters, I thought that this filly looked nice. Nice, strong mandate filly for Mike Maker and owner breeder Freddie Lewis. She comes in with a sharp workout out of the gate in 48 flat. Mike Maker does well enough with his first-time starters, and just based on look, she looks ready to go, and I think she's caught a group here to debut and have some success. So watch out for Sophia Strong, as she's 9-2 right now on the tote board. Mo Claire is the number 7 horse. She's up to 5-1 at this point in time. Nothing wrong with this filly. She was a high-price purchase back in 2019 for $350,000. Daughter of Uncle Mo. It's just about finding that right group for her to succeed, and she looks nice as she comes out here and warms up with Julian Leproux. And I think the 8 does as well. Jim's Bronze Star, who's the longest shot in this field at 17-1. We come into this race on the heels of a big upset in race number 4. This horse is warming up nicely. She's a daughter of Midshipman who has yet to try dirt. She's done nothing but race on the turf courses between Fairgrounds, Churchill, Colonial, Kentucky Downs. Her most recent start was at Turfway Park on the synthetic track. But I thought that this filly looks nice out there at a big price. Daughter of Midshipman, who was has produced plenty of turf and dirt type winners. So the pedigree may surface more for the dirt here today as she warms up as the longest shot in this field. Good luck in this 5th race. There's a big opportunity to make some money here in just 4 minutes.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's fifth race, the Glen Oak, start of the Pick Six. They are at the post. And they're off. There goes Jim's Bronze Star out running for the lead. But here comes Congratulated down to the inside, and Congratulated now moves up, takes the lead from Jim's Bronze Star. In second, Sophia Strong is third. Happy Life is fourth. Mauclair's is fifth. Sergiu's Dream out in the center of the track is in sixth as they head for the far turn. Liberty Isle, seventh down toward the inside. Callie's Candy is eighth, and Jill Babe is in ninth as they move into the far turn. Opening quarter, 22.48 seconds. Congratulated is the leader by a length. Jim's Bronze Star giving chase from second. Then a gap of 5 back to Sophia Strong in third, a half length. Happy Life is fourth. Liberty Isle looking for running room, finds it down to the inside, up to challenge now for third, but 6 lengths off the lead, and the lead pair is turning for home. Congratulated has the lead by a length. Jim's Bronze Star is second by a 6-length margin, and then Liberty Isle changing lanes, third to the outside, still 6 lengths from the leader, and the leader, Congratulated, is moving by the 8th pole. Liberty Isle runs on to try to take second away from Jim's Bronze Star and is still trying to catch Congratulated, but Congratulated has passed the 16th pole. A 3-length lead, a 2-length lead. Liberty Isle second. Congratulated, Liberty Isle running on. Here comes the wire. Congratulated wins it for Luis Saez. Liberty Isle was home second. Jim's Bronze Star was third. Mauclair's was up for fourth, around the outside of Happy Life, who was fifth.
Able to make the lead against this group, and that was the difference. And Saez continues to dazzle here at Keeneland Racecourse this spring meet and here on this afternoon. And the same can be said for the barn, Gabby Gaudette. Ben Colebrook, everything he is sending out ends up being live on the racetrack.
This filly showed speed today, did everything right, extremely professional, and she had the stamina to get it done today. And we also saw a really impressive performance from the 2, Liberty Isle. She was green in the early part of the race. Brian Hernandez kept after her for trainer Dallas Stewart, and she came running on late. She just simply ran out of time and real estate, but definitely one to watch for in her next start. The 4, Congratulated, gets the win.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's fifth race. 4, Congratulated was first. 2, Liberty Isle second. 8, Jim's Bronze Star was third. 7, Mauclair's was fourth. 5, Happy Life was fifth. 42875 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's fifth race, the Glen Oak 4 congratulated. The winner owned and bred in Kentucky by Peter Johnson. Ben Colebrook is the trainer. 3 wins today for Luis Saez. Congratulated a 4-year-old filly by Congrats out of Wasted at Midnight by Midnight Loot. 6 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 11.12 seconds. Results of race 5 official 42875. The official results. Keeneland's 6th race upcoming. Turf is listed good, rail at 20 feet. Double, pick 3, and late pick 5 wagering here. Scratch the 2, factor this, and scratch 4, Hey Dakota. Again, scratch 2, factor this, and scratch 4, Hey Dakota. No super high 5 and no superfecta on this 6th event. Looking ahead to race 7, scratch the 2, Pretty Boy Elm. That's in the 7th race. Scratch the 2, Pretty Boy Elm. In that 7th race, there will be a carryover for the Toyota Jackpot Super High 5, $10,668. Race 8, take out number 13, My Sweet Cat. That's the 8th race. Take out the 13, My Sweet Cat. Did not draw into the race. Featured 9th race, the Baird Double Dog Dare. Scratch 7, Bajan Girl. Scratch 7, Bajan Girl. No super high 5 on that featured 9th. 10th and final race, scratch 8, Happy American. 10th and final race, scratch 8, Happy American. And at St. Verrain in second, Mobster Gun comes up the inside into third. Two Worlds is still at the back of the pack in the final furlong. And here comes Mobster Gun. Mobster Gun charging up the rail, runs right by the beat. Mobster Gun, Gerardo Corrales. Mobster Gun wins the opener. The beat was across the line in distance, trying to reel in Jungle Juice, Lady of Luxury third. Here's Keep Your Distance right alongside of Jungle Juice. Those two matching strides past the eighth pole, and then a gap of 4 lengths to Bye Bye Birdie third, Lady of Luxury fourth. Jungle Juice fighting on gamely. Keep Your Distance is there on the outside. 16th pole, the battle continues. Jungle Juice, Keep Your Distance, trying to get ahead in front. Jungle Juice is there. Head bobbing photo for the win. Home, Persisto the leader. Persisto leads it by nearly 3 lengths off the turn. Grayson's Macho Gal is in second a length, and then Extrema in third. Into the final furlong, Persisto has the lead stretched out to a 5-length margin. Grayson's Macho Gal trying to fend off Extrema. That's the ongoing battle for second, well behind Persisto. Luis Saez, another win. Grayson's Macho trip. Here's Deferred Taxes running after A Credit, who's got the lead a half length. Now the lead is gone because Deferred Taxes is right alongside. A Credit's not thrown in the towel, though, and A Credit's going to be stubborn here. Deferred Taxes on the outside of A Credit. A Credit has the lead back out to a length and a half, 2 lengths. A Credit. Sophie Doyle, A Credit to win it. Deferred Taxes second. Feeding Frenzy was third. Jim's Bronze Star is second by a 6-length margin, and then Liberty Isle changing lanes third to the outside, still 6 lengths from the leader, and the leader, Congratulated, is moving by the 8th pole. Liberty Isle runs on to try to take second away from Jim's Bronze Star and is still trying to catch Congratulated, but Congratulated has passed the 16th pole, a 3-length lead, a 2-length lead, Liberty Isle second, Congratulated, Liberty Isle running on, here comes the wire, Congratulated wins it for Luis Saez, Liberty Isle was home second.
The excitement of Kentucky Derby Week and the return of the Keeneland April Horses of Racing Age sale. Backed by a history of success, the 2021 April sale introduces a new integrated format featuring an enhanced all-digital catalog and the option to buy horses on site in the Keeneland sales ring or remote from anywhere in the world. The April Horses of Racing Age sale, Monday, April 26th.
It's late pick 5 time here at Keeneland Racecourse. 16 minutes to post, and a field reduced to 5 with the scratch of the 2 and the 4. And Masterpiece, the 1 horse, 3-5, yet another odds-on favorite, and probably should hold up over the course of these next 16 minutes for trainer Chad Brown, who suffered a defeat with that earlier odds-on favorite. But here's a 5-year-old, different story, a horse that's a 4-time winner. He was imported from South America, Chile, and Argentinian races. His 4 wins came down in Chile, including a Group 2 victory back in December of 2019. Only raced twice last year, and 3 times rather, and his final race was in the Grade 1 Turf Classic at Belmont Park. at the beginning of October. They thought well enough of him to try him against Grade 1 Company, and he wasn't disrespected. You run against good horses, better horses than what he's facing today when facing Grade 1 Company. He was defeated by eventual champion, older turf horse in Channel Maker and only beaten 4 1/4 lengths in the end. So he hasn't raced in 6 months. Chad has always got him ready off the layoff at 3 to 5. Don't expect much more as far as the price, but the expectations certainly are high and should be high for Masterpiece, the Chilean-bred son of master craftsman, getting set for his second start in the United States, first here in the Commonwealth of Kentucky. The number 7 horse is my second choice, Talk or Listen, for Arnaud Delacour. He also comes out of tough races. He was 16 to 1 in the Grade 3 Tampa Bay Stakes in his most recent effort 2 months ago, and he rallied to finish 4th, beaten 2 1/4. So he came from well back. He had an inside draw, but rated nicely, and that's when he's at his best, when he's far off the pace and able to make a run at him. The one downside for him, I don't know that he's going to get the same sort of speed to chase here and eventually come back to him as he did in his last couple of starts, but you've got to respect Talk or Listen with Jimmy Graham in the saddle. And then finally, I'll go to the number 3 horse, Gabby, Jais' Solitude for Eddie Keneally. Here's another one that's run against tough customers. He was 5th, only beaten 2 lengths to Admission Office and Arklow and Zulu Alpha in graded stakes competition. He was 4th, only beaten 3 1/4 in the Elkhorn Stakes back during the summer meet. He comes back with a strong effort, and he should sit close. I wouldn't imagine that Corey Lannery will have him far off of Masterpiece, or maybe even gets the jump out in front of Masterpiece, because Chad Brown's runners are always rated off the pace, it seems, in these turf races.
Scott, the pace scenario is going to be very interesting in this race, and it could make or break the number 1 Masterpiece in here, because yes, he was forwardly placed about 2 lengths off the pace, going 1.5 miles at Belmont, but this is 1 1/8 miles here at Keeneland, so it's a very different scenario that the 1 Masterpiece is put in. And we're going to have to see for the first time today if he can show that versatility, because it is a smaller field. Sometimes smaller fields on the turf, it can be really tricky trying to figure out the right type of trip and how to time your move appropriately. I have all the faith in the world in Joel Rosario to make those right decisions, and at the end of the day, this horse still is the class of the field, but a completely different pace scenario with the scratch of the 2 Factor This, who figured to be the main speed in here. I'll stick with the class. The 5 Bandua is the other class in the field, but he hasn't been seen since November of 2019. That was during the Breeders' Cup Turf, and he, I thought, made a little bit of a bid and then faded to finish 10th in there. But he is capable of running with some of the, or at least in the past, he was capable of running with Grade 1 horses. He was the winner of the Grade 3 Arlington Handicap. He came back to finish 3rd against one of the best turf horses we've seen in modern times in Bricks and Mortar in the Grade 1 Arlington Million. So he is, when he's at his best, he is very, very good. It's just a question of where Jack Sisterson has this horse off of a multiple year layoff. He does have speed, which will help him in this field. Mentioned with the scratch of the 2 Factor This, it does feel like Bandua, you have to move him up on your list because he is a speedy type and he doesn't have to really run with a horse like Factor This in here today. And then the number 6 Admiralty Pier. He might be the fastest of all, and Luis Saez is aboard, who already has 3 victories on today's program out of 5 races so far. This Barbara Minchell trainee is very fast, so I would imagine he's going to be on the lead, and I don't mind this distance for him, but he's another one that's coming in off of a layoff. This is kind of a reoccurring theme that we see throughout the afternoon here, and it's not really a surprise because a lot of barns give their horses the winter off and they bring them back in the spring. It's just a question of where they have them right now. Did they have any training interrupted? Are they able to fire their best off of the layoff? But I do like the fact that he at least has some natural early speed and could be the pace setter with the number 5 Bandua sitting just off of him. We'll see what Joel Rosario decides to do with the number 1 Masterpiece. A second-time starter in North America here for trainer Chad Brown. He is your 4 to 5 favorite for this very tough allowance race. Coming up next, it does kick off the Pick 5.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 6th race, the Stone Farm, an allowance for 4-year-olds and up, at 1 1/8 on the turf, which is listed good, rail at 20 feet. Scratch the 2, factor this, and scratch the 4, Hay Dakota. As a result of those scratches, no super high 5 and no superfecta wager on this 6th race. However, double and pick 3 wagering are featured, and it's the start of the late pick 5. Post time at 7 minutes.
Taking a look at the field warming up here trackside for this tough allowance race coming up next. The 7, Talk or Listen, wanted to start off talking about this horse because he looks fantastic on the track. I hear what Scott was mentioning about how he's gotten some fast paces in his last 2 races, and it doesn't really look like this pace could materialize, but I actually think he's a little bit more versatile than what it has shown on paper in his last 2 races. I think he just kind of lost contact with the field in the early stages of his past 2 races because they went so fast. But if he finds himself closer to the pace today, I don't think it's necessarily going to be a bad thing at this distance with an overall lack of pace. So the 7, Talk or Listen, I just thought was making a nice appearance today. And then the number 5, Bandua, is coming in off of that lengthy layoff for trainer Jack Sisterson. You wouldn't think that he was coming in off such an aggressive or substantial layoff, I should say. He just has so much class. Watching him go through the post parade, watching him just on trackside as well, he just seems very collected and ready to go. And he's a horse that does have speed, so we'll see what he can do off of the layoff. It's a wide open board. If you think that the favorite, the number 1 Masterpiece, is vulnerable, he's a heavy favorite right now at 4-5, but beyond that, could get a good price on some really nice horses in here. This is a quality group of allowance horses coming up next in 4 minutes.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 6th race, the Stone Farm, start of the late pick 5. They are at the post. And they're off. There goes Jace's Solitude, and there's Admiralty Pier. Admiralty Pier moves up in the center of the course and just glides right on by and takes the early lead. Starts to angle down toward the rail. Admiralty Pier in front here early for Luis Saez, in front by just over 2 lengths. Jace's Solitude goes second by a neck. Bandua, third up on the outside, then a break of just over 3 back to Masterpiece, who's fourth, and Talk or Listen is fifth and last for the move into the first turn. Admiralty Pier against the rail around the first turn, leads it by 2 lengths. Jace's Solitude second, a length and a half to Bandua in third position. Then a gap of 3 back to Masterpiece. Talk or Listen is last as they make the bend into the backstretch. 24.06 seconds was the time for the opening quarter. Admiralty Pier is the leader. Admiralty Pier in front by a length for the move up backstretch, and Jace's Solitude inching forward a closer second, a length and a half. Bandua third, then a break of 4 more lengths. Masterpiece is fourth, a length and a half, and Talk or Listen trails. Opening half mile, 48.65 seconds. Over to the far turn they go. Admiralty Pier is the leader and still leads at a length and a half. Jace's Solitude again tries to pick up the chase and inches up off the leader's flank into the second position midway on the far turn. Then Bandua third. Masterpiece is in fourth. And Talk or Listen is fifth. 6 lengths front to back as they turn for home with Admiralty Pier to catch. Admiralty Pier in front by 2 lengths at the top of the stretch. Jace's Solitude second. Bandua third. Masterpiece fourth. Talk or Listen far outside in fifth. They line up 5 across. They've got to get Admiralty Pier. Masterpiece is running on from the outside. Masterpiece is closing in on Admiralty Pier. Bandua third. Admiralty Pier short lead. Masterpiece right alongside. Masterpiece wins it by 3/4 of a length. For Joe El Rosario, Admiralty Pier had to settle for second.
quite the comeback effort for Admiralty Pier here today off the 6-month layoff in making the lead with Luis Saez. But we've got the one horse that is Masterpiece flashing that late kick, which was effective here today as he faced Allowance Company in this second start in the U.S.
Scott, this was a huge race because you can see Admiralty Pier just putting everything down on the line here and being the pace setter. There was absolutely no pace in this race. Joel Rosario just did what he does best. It was a patient, it was a confident ride asked this horse, and he got going just at the right time. The fact that he overcame such a slow pace, this was a big performance for this horse. Hopefully has a big year ahead of him for trainer Chad Brown. Masterpiece, the favorite, gets the win in the 6th.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 6th race. 1 Masterpiece was first. 6 Admiralty Pier was second. 5 Bandua third. 7 Talk or Listen was fourth. 1657 unofficial. Results of race 6 official, 1657. The official results of Keeneland's 6th race. The official winner of Keeneland's 6th race, the Stone Farm, 1 Masterpiece. Owned by Fernando Diaz Valdez Stable, by Baldbeck Corporation of Roberto Ambassador, owned also by the Don Alberto Stable of Carlos Heller. The trainer is Chad Brown, and the jockey is Joel Rosario. Masterpiece, a 5-year-old son of master craftsman out of Torre Laguna by Proud Citizen. This Chilean bred was bred by Don Alberto. 9 furlongs over the turf, listed good, 1 minute 48.62 seconds. Keeneland 7th race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering, and the start of the $200,000 guaranteed pick 4 presented by TVG. Carryover for the Toyota Jackpot Super High 5, $10,668. Scratch the 2, Pretty Boy Elm. Again, scratch the 2, Pretty Boy Elm. 8th race, take out the 13, My Sweet Cat. That's in the 8th race. Take out the 13, My Sweet Cat did not draw into the race. Featured 9th race, the Baird Double Dog Dare. Scratch 7, Bajan Girl. Scratch the 7, Bajan Girl. No Super High 5 on that featured 9th event. 10th and final race, scratch 8, Happy American. That's the 10th and final race, scratch 8, Happy American. Main track is fast, turf listed good.
Some races to get excited about here in the final 4 races of the day, and same can be said about a wagering opportunity. $200,000 guaranteed late pick 4 presented by TVG gets underway in 18 minutes with race number 7, and this is a non-winners of 2 allowance race going 3/4 of a mile, 4 straight 3-year-olds. The outside horse is the current favorite, Wara, for Mr. Oxley and Mark Cassidy, coming off of a very big performance on the dirt course at Gulfstream Park. We'll see if he can back that up with a similar run here today at Keeneland with a strong workout here over this surface. But I'm going to go to the inside to the number 3 horse, Be Here, who is currently 6-1. This is a son of Go Sapper out of the Grade 1 winner Informed Decision. She won the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint at 7 furlongs, the same distance, a similar distance to which they're back in this colt up here today. Going to add blinkers. Gray son of Go Sapper. Go Sapper was fantastic on dirt. I think that there's a lot of step forward here today when they cut this horse back, and the 3 good workouts for this horse coming in is a positive sign. So Be Here, 6-1 right now. Colt by Go Sapper out of Mr. Strawbridge's Grade 1 winning mare, Informed Decision. The number 6 horse, Medicine Trail for Dane Kabisky. Hopefully he can be quicker here today. He comes out of a pretty quickly run race. The Joe Fraser Warrant race that we saw on opening weekend here at Keeneland was strong. And if he can make the lead and be better away from the gate, he can be a danger in here. He's currently sitting at 13-1 on the tote board in this 7th event. And then finally, the number 5 horse, the Ride of a Lifetime for Ignacio Correas, the 4th, son of Candy Ride, who has run some big races, Gabby. He was second behind Grade 2 in the Grade 2 Saratoga Special behind eventual Grade 1 winner Jackie's Warrior. They stretched him out to a mile. He wasn't quite as effective. You've got to think that he'll be ready to go here today with Joel Rosario. He is 2-1, so he and Wara on the outside battling for favoritism as we're 16 minutes away.
I'm actually quite surprised that the 10 and the 5 are both so similar in odds right now at 2-1. I did wind up going to the 10 Wara as the top selection just because I was so impressed by his last race. His first 3 races, it seemed like they were really getting to know this horse. His 3rd career start, which was on the 26th of February, I thought was a good performance. He was just beaten by a better horse that day in Chasing Artie, and what strengthened that race is that Chasing Artie came back to participate during the spring meeting here at Keeneland and won the Palisades Turf Sprint. So the turf races were strong that he was competing in, and his dirt race was just ultra impressive. He's bred to handle the dirt. He's by Upstart out of Joyous Music. In fact, he has even better of a dirt pedigree than a turf pedigree, and it looks like some of his dirt workouts are extremely strong. So outside draw, I don't really mind it because he's got speed. He should be able to clear some horses here and get a good trip under Louis Sias, who is having himself a good day. The 10 Wara going with him as the top pick. The 5, the Ride of a Lifetime. He was just unfortunate to catch the likes of Jackie's Warrior last year, who was, in some people's opinion, the fastest horse in America. He was very talented, very, very good last year, and this horse, again, was just unfortunate to have to catch him twice throughout his career. His first start, and then again in the Grade 2 Saratoga Special. When you look at his form, his race here at Keeneland last summer, was ultra impressive. There's no doubt about it. It might have been one of the more impressive races we saw during the 5-day summer meeting here. And ultimately, he is just a horse that just does not want to go a distance of ground. They try to stretch him out in the Grade 3 Iroquois. He showed speed. He faded to finish 4th. And I like the fact that they've given him time to mature since then. He's always been a good-looking horse in the afternoon, but you always kind of got the feeling that he needed to grow into himself. He wasn't one of those kind of petite-looking 2-year-olds. I always thought he might be even better as a 3-year-old. So we'll see what he can do as he makes his 3-year-old debut off the layoff. And then finally, the 3 Be Here, I thought was very interesting. A son of Go Sapper out of Informed Decision, and the pedigree speaks volumes about this horse. Informed Decision, the mare, she was a 3-time Grade 1 winner, including the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint. If you look at the pedigree, there's only one other foal to race, and that horse won 4 times on the turf. So you have to think, well, can this horse maybe improve coming to the dirt today and cutting back in distance? I like this move. Showing speed, fading at a mile and a 16th against Stakes Company last time out, and now shortening up in distance and putting the blinkers on to potentially close from off of the pace like we saw in his first start. So just some good angles here with the 3 Be Here. And I like him to throw into the mix at a big price right now. I shouldn't say big price, decent price at 6-1. Actually, he's taking some play at 6-1. So this horse trained by Jonathan Thomas. So going to the 10-5-3 for me, but this race is tricky. And when you look at the pick four sequence, I did find it hard to have a single unless you really are feeling confidently about Speech coming in off of the layoff later in the Baird Double Dog Dare Stake. So an interesting sequence, and do take note, it's a $200,000 guarantee provided by TVG. The pick four starts now.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 7th race, the Sienna, an allowance for 3-year-olds at 6 furlongs over the fast main track. Scratch the 2, Pretty Boy Elm. Number 2, Pretty Boy Elm scratched. Double and Pick 3 wagering featured here. It's the start of the $200,000 guaranteed Pick 4 presented by TVG. And there's a carryover for the Toyota Jackpot Super High Five, $10,668. Post time in 7 minutes.
Still 5 minutes to play the late pick 4 and get those wagers in for race number 7. Nice allowance race where we've got 2 horses taking a majority of the money. The number 5 horse, the Ride of a Lifetime, has moved into the pole position at 2-1 right now. But starting with the 6 horse Medicine Tail for Dane Kabisky, I think it's easy to see why Dane is okay with running this colt back so quickly, Gabby, because he is as high energy as any horse in here. Last seen on opening weekend on April 3rd, back in 13 days. He looks ready to go.
Yeah, instead of working him, he's going to run him because he probably came out of the race really well. I was surprised that he was so far back last time out, Scott. Just judging by his behavior, I don't think that's going to be the case today. He should be able to break faster and be a pace setter in here.
Etched in Stone is the number 9 horse for Larry Ravelli. I just had a chance to speak to him. He said he ran a giant race at Hawthorne and also had a solid follow-up at Gulfstream Park, and he made the mistake of running him a mile and an eighth. It's something that he doesn't want to do in his last race. So he comes in with workouts at Hawthorne Racecourse. If he can get back to those first 2 races or anywhere near those first 2 races, 17-1 doesn't look too bad on the tote board.
And that's kind of the theme in this race. There are a couple of horses entering here that just did probably went a little bit too far last time out. I'm curious to see what the approach is on this horse. He looks like he can settle off the pace, but his best hope might be to go to the lead here.
And then finally we'll touch on the 10, the second choice, 5-2 Wara, who's gotten a lot of ink in the lead up to this race, as he should. And you can see why Mr. Oxley went to over $500,000 to acquire this horse back in 2019.
Beautiful looking horse. He almost looks like a stallion on the track today, and he's really keeping his composure. Looks fantastic, Scott. 5.5 furlongs, 6 furlongs. I don't even think this horse would mind 7 furlongs. He just has that type of build to him, so he looks great. I also thought the 4 subsidized looked really good for trainer Chad Brown, but this is a very nice group of 3-year-olds. We'll see what happens 3 minutes out from the 7th.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 7th race, the Sienna. Start of the $200,000 guaranteed pick 4, presented by TVG. They are at the post. And they're off. Shackelford Strong comes out for the lead. The Ride of a Lifetime has speed. Etched in Stone up close, and Be Here kicks in down toward the inside. Be Here moves up now to put ahead in front. The Ride of a Lifetime between horses, second by a head. Shackelford Strong is third. Wara stacks up to the far outside. They're 4 across contesting the lead. Wara fourth out in the center of the track, going to be caught wide to the far turn. Red Ghost, the filly, fifth down toward the inside. Etched in Stone backs up to sixth around the turn, but still within 5 lengths of the lead. Break of 3, Subsidize, who is seventh against the rail. Medicine Tail is eighth. Wellman is at the back. The opening quarter went in 21.9 seconds. Contested pace. The Ride of a Lifetime head in front. Wara is right alongside, though. And here's Wara inching forward to challenge for the lead. Red Ghost is third. Looms up on the outside. 3 lengths off the front pair. Be Here has lost a couple of spots. Down to the inside in fourth. Wellman fifth against the rail. Wara to the lead. Wara with Red Ghost going to second. Wellman runs down toward the inside, but still far back in third of the final furlong, but trying to pick up the leaders. Red Ghost and Wara 1-2. Wellman third down toward the inside. Red Ghost the leader. Red Ghost by a length and a half clear from Wara, and then Wellman third. It is Red Ghost and John Velasquez to win it. Wellman came up the inside to grab second by a head on the line from Wara, and then further back behind that pair, Etched in Stone finished fourth.
2-year-olds, horses off of long layoffs, it does not matter right now. Wesley Ward, everything that he leads over is live, and here's the latest example of that. Red Ghost, not seen in 7 months since a race at Kentucky Downs, able to run down a very strong performer in Wara, the 10, late in stretch.
I guess it's now time to stop picking against Wesley Ward because he just seems to win everything. This is a great job preparing this filly off of the layoff to beat the boys today. An impressive performance in her first start, and she came back to be even better today in her first start as a 3-year-old. Congratulations to the Connections here with a minor upset, 3-1, the 7 Red Ghost.
Photo for place. Hold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's 7th race: 7 Red Ghost was first, 1 Wellman was second, 10 Wara was third, 9 Etched in Stone was fourth, and 6 Medicine Tail fifth. 7-1-10, 9-6 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 7th race, the Sienna, number 7 Red Ghost. The winner owned and bred in Kentucky by Douglas Scarborough. Wesley Ward, the trainer. John Velasquez, the jockey. Red Ghost, a 3-year-old filly by Go Sapper, out of Better Than Most by Elusive Quality. 6 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 10.36 seconds. 7th race results official. 7-1-10, 9-6, the official results. Keeneland's 8th race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here. Starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Turf listed good, rail at 20 feet. Carryover for the Toyota Jackpot Super High 5, $16,650. A reminder, take out 13, My Sweet Cat. Take out the 13, My Sweet Cat did not draw into the race. Featured 9th race, the Baird Double Dog Dare. Scratch 7 Bajan Girl. Scratch the 7 Bajan Girl. No Super High 5 on that featured 9th event. 10th and final race, scratch 8 Happy American. Scratch 8 Happy American. Main track is fast, turf listed good.
race number 8 back onto the turf course for a 5.5 furlong sprint, a quick one. Entry-level allowance group of fillies and mares 4 and up. And we'll take a look right now at my top selection. 0 to 60, the number 5 horse for Alstall Jr. This is a daughter of American Pharoah that was last seen going a route of ground for the first time in her career last time out at Fairgrounds. She didn't get good position early on, and then she tired. And that was her first start since October. And I'm leaning on this return to the sprint distance. Her debut at Saratoga was very nice. Setting off the pace, finished strong under Jose Lezcano, won that race by a length and a half at 7-1. I think Al getting her back into the sprint ranks is a big positive, and she's a good price right now, 7-1, same price at which she won on her debut. So Colby Hernandez has ridden this filly in 2 of her 4 starts. I think a lot to like about 0 to 60 up against this group here today. The second choice for me is the number 7 horse. That's Jade's Jelly for Wesley Ward. Beware Wesley Ward when he gets rolling, and here's a filly that gets back to the turf course. They tried her on the main track last time out, not quite as effective. She's making her Keeneland debut, but she should settle, finish strong with Johnny Velasquez as they look to take back-to-back wins on this Friday afternoon card. And then I'll wrap up my top 3 with Ghosting Kim, the number 3, 14-1. She just broke her maiden, so this is obviously a step up, but her last 3 races have really been solid. She's improved in each and every one of them. Jimmy Graham is in the saddle. We'll see what the game plan is with her. She'll likely be just off the pace as well, probably somewhere back in the region that 0 to 60 is. And also, one thing you got to note here, Gabby, the 6 is getting a lot of attention. Senora Roma. Larry Ravelli, he told me just before the last race that he really likes this horse, so I'm not surprised that this horse is being bet down to 4-1 right now.
And she's very, very fast. I definitely wanted to include her in the top 3. But the number 2, Southern Mama, will be the top pick for me. This 4-year-old filly by Elusive Quality. She's out of a mineshaft mare. This is the first foal to race out of the first dam here. A Southern Mama, though, has been impressive in her first 2 starts. Her first race, she won like a good thing. She went off to win by 4 lengths in hand under the rider, going 6.5 furlongs at Turfway Park. And then she came back to face winners for the first time. And I always find that is one of the tougher things for horses to do, to win their first start and then come back and win win against winners for the first time. You just give away so much and experience. It's oftentimes they need to have that one race and then they wind up winning or performing a little bit better against winners for the second time. So I like that angle here with the 2 Southern Mama. She does get to the turf. I think she's nicely bred for the turf. Shouldn't be any bit of an issue. And what's interesting about this too is that John Ennis, her trainer, decided to work her over the turf course right here at Keeneland on the 6th of April. And I guess that was an encouraging work, so much so that they decided to enter her in this turf sprint race and put the blinkers on. So lots of things to like about the 2 Southern Mama, and she attracts the likes of Joel Rosario. Never a bad thing here, especially at the Keeneland meeting. The 6 Senora Roma I don't really know what to do with her. I mean, Larry Ravelli, he definitely knows how to prepare his horses off of extended layoffs. And you'll find that if you look up layoffs, say 6 months to a year or more, the barn hits at a big percentage. Why? Because you don't necessarily have to be extremely fit to win some of these sprint races. You just have to be fast enough. And that's what we see with a lot of his horses coming in off of layoffs. So I'm happy to see her coming back at this distance at 5.5. I'm not crazy about the Verrazano influence, but she does have some turf pedigree on the bottom side. And when you look at her, she's likely going to be faster than any other horse in this race. So maybe she could get the jump on the rest of the field. And as Scott Hazelton did say, Larry Ravelli is pretty high on this filly, even on the surface, and she's getting bet like she is live at 4-1. And then finally, the number 5, 0 to 60. This is just a better move for this horse. She doesn't like the dirt, and she doesn't like going a distance of ground. I get why Al Stall tried to do that, as she is a daughter of American Pharoah. She actually has the pedigree to suggest she can go a distance of ground. but it clearly looks like she is a better sprinter. Now, will this distance be a little bit too short? We'll see, but she did happen to win against a solid maiden special weight field at Saratoga in her debut, and then she came back to stretch out a little bit at 6.5 furlongs at Kentucky Downs in her next start. Maybe that was a little bit too far for her when she went against Jade's Jelly. So this just seems like really the right type of move, and I think an extremely fair price on the 5 at 7-1. Those are the top 3. But I think you have to always consider the 7 Jade's Jelly for trainer Wesley Ward, considering the way that the barn is going if you're taking a look at that late pick 3 sequence. We're 15 minutes away from the 8th race. Good luck.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 8th race, the Woods Edge. An allowance for fillies and mares age 4 and up, 5.5 furlongs over the turf, listed good. Rail set at 20 feet. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here. Starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Carryover for the Toyota Jackpot Super High 5, $16,650. Take out the 13. My Sweet Cat, number 13, did not draw into the race. Post time in 7 minutes.
Race number 8, big field, quick race, 5.5 furlongs. It'll be on the grass course here in a matter of minutes. And Gabby, we'll start with the number 2 horse, Southern Mama, the elusive quality filly for John Ennis, who co-owns this 4-year-old with Rose Hill Farms. Blinkers being added here for the first time as she tries grass for the first time.
And she comes into the race with a turf workout. I had the opportunity to speak to John just a moment ago about that turf workout. He said, Scott, that he was actually aboard her himself. He rode her in that workout, and he was so happy that he did that because he could really get a feel for how she liked the turf. And he said that he's wanted to run her on the turf for quite some time. She has that daisy cutter action, just action that would suggest she is much better on the turf. In fact, he liked her so much, he nominated her for the Giants Causeway, decided not to enter her, and decided to run in this race.
That's high praise. 5-1. Good price in here. Let's move over to the 6-horse Senora Roma for Patricia's Hope and trainer Larry Ravelli. He just said she's acting great right now. She is super fast. He's never breezed her on the grass, and that's the question. How is she going to handle it? Is she going to be as quick as she has been on the dirt?
It's definitely a tough question for bettors and handicappers, but if Larry Ravelli, if she runs well, if she doesn't run well, well, he knows that he can always go back to the turf with her. I think it's more so, dirt with her. I think it's more so about the distance, Scott, and how fast she is.
Jade's Jelly back onto the turf after a failed attempt on the main track against Aunt Nadine and Sequin, a stablemate in the October meets. You got to think that she'll be ready to go for this return to the grass.
She just needs the right trip. She sometimes can sit close to the pace, sometimes she closes. I personally think she's better to make one move from off the pace, but I will say one thing, she looks fantastic today.
And then finally, the 8-horse Veruca for Belladonna Racing and Cherie DeVoe, twirling Candy filly. They tried to route her in her last couple. It just, from a physical standpoint, she looks like a sprinter. She's got the hind end of her sprinter, and we saw her put together 2 strong sprints to start off her career.
Yeah, and one of those races were on the turf. It's just a question of class, I think, but this definitely seems like the better distance and surface for her.
Final pick 3 of opportunity of the afternoon begins with race number 8. We are 3 minutes from a start.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 8th race, the Woods Edge. At the post, and they are off. Never Forget was off slowly. Lexingtonia comes out running for the lead. Here's Senora Roma. Senora Roma moves up the inside, takes the lead. Lexingtonia goes second on her outside. Jade's Jelly is between horses, contesting third with Southern Mama down toward her inside. Don's Dancer is next up on the far outside, followed by Veruca, who's there in between horses as well. Girl Named Patsy is seventh against the rail. And then further back comes Ghosting Kim, who travels toward the inside in 8th. 0 to 60 is 9th. Never Forget 10th. Oyo Demel is in 11th position. Sister O'Toole last of the 12. 21.51 seconds for the quarter. Senora Roma guides the field to the top of the stretch, leading Southern Mama, who looks to the inside, still 2 lengths off the lead. And here comes Lexingtonia taking a run from the outside. Now to second, still a length and a half off the leader, but still trying to catch Senora Roma. Southern Mama to the inside. Lexingtonia there on the outside. Senora Roma with the lead. Final furlong, leads it by a length and a half. Lexingtonia, Southern Mama, Girl Named Patsy runs late from 4th, and Ghosting Kim running late from 5th, trying to catch Senora Roma. Ghosting Kim, Ghosting Kim, Ghosting Kim. What a run in the final furlong for Ghosting Kim and jockey James Graham to win it.
Well, Senora Roma, the number 6 horse, handled the turf, but she did not handle the 5.5 furlongs, because right about now she starts to slow down enough to allow these horses that are finishing strong from off the pace, and the horse that finishes the strongest is the eventual winner, Ghosting Kim. A great job by Nacho Correas IV to turn this horse into a really nice late closing sprinter on turf.
This just goes to show you the ups and downs of racing. He sent out the ride of a lifetime in this race before, did not run well as the favorite, then comes back with this type of performance with the 3 Ghosting Kim rallying from off the pace. She had such a turn of foot under James Graham. Very impressive performance for a filly that looks like she just continues to improve with each and every start. And if you liked her, you're going to be paid 14 to 1.
Photo for place. Hold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's 8th race. 3, Ghosting Kim was first. 1, Girl Named Patsy second. 6, Senora Roma third. 9, Never Forget fourth. And 4, Sister O'Toole fifth. 31694 unofficial. Eighth race results official 31694. The official results for Keeneland's 8th. Official winner of Keeneland's 8th race, the Woods Edge 3, Ghosting Kim. Owned by the Backstretch Farms Incorporated of David Davila, trained by Ignacio Correas. James Graham is the jockey. Ghosting Kim is a 4-year-old daughter of Ghost Zapper out of Palenque City by Carson City, bred in Kentucky by My Meadowview LLC. Keeneland sales grad gets 5.5 furlongs over the turf listed good, 1 minute 3.46 seconds. Keeneland's featured 9th race upcoming, 26th running of the Baird Double Dog Dare Stakes, Grade 3. Scratch the 7, Bajan Girl. Scratch 7, Bajan Girl. No Super High 5 on the featured 9th race. This will start the last of the day's rolling doubles. Looking ahead to the 10th. In race 10, a reminder, scratch 8, Happy American. That's in the 10th race. Scratch the 8, Happy American. Carryover in the 10th race on the Toyota Jackpot Super High 5, $25,763. Main track fast, turf good.
Many of us, we just charge ahead because planning for your future takes time. And right now, thinking about your financial future takes on new meaning. At Baird, our financial advisors have guided individuals and families to achieve their goals through every crisis evolution and groundbreaking idea for over 100 years. That's the difference between thinking you're ready for what lies ahead and knowing you've planned for it. Now that's different. Discover the Baird difference.
This is the feature on the 10 race card. Race number 9 is the Grade 3 Baird Double Dog Dare Stakes for fillies and mares 4 and up. They'll be asked to travel a mile and a 16th on the fast main track and a very deep field of 6 in here. Right now, the current favorite, you've got 2 horses sitting at 2-1. That's Royal Flag on the inside, and then the filly to the outside, Speech, coming back to Keeneland for the first time since her Grade 1 Central Bank Ashland win last July during the summer meet. I'm going with the 1 Royal Flag, a lightly raced mare by Candy Ride out of the wonderful First Dam Seagull, daughter of Mineshaft, who has produced 22 victories with her progeny. She has been so productive for the Farish family. She is Lane's End Farish through and through, a full sister to the graded stakes winner Eagle, a half sister to that very talented West Coast sprinter and stakes winner in New York, graded stakes winner in New York, half sister to Catalina Cruiser. She's faced top competition. She's already a Grade 3 winner, taking the turn back the alarm last time out at Aqueduct at a mile and an eighth. She is just a consistent mare, and getting set for her Keeneland debut, Joel Rosario in the saddle should be within striking range of the pace that will be out in front of her most likely. So Royal Flag, best of luck to Mr. Farish and the team at Lane's End as this mare gets set for her first try here at Keeneland Racecourse. The number 6 horse is my second choice. That is Speech. It's tough to ignore what she did here last year at the age of 3 in the Grade 1 Central Bank Ashland. She couldn't hang with the likes of She Dares the Devil, Swiss Skydiver, and Gamine in the Grade 1 Kentucky Oaks in her follow-up race. And then they tried her in the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint a month later. Instead of tackling the distaffers in the Breeders' Cup Distaff, she ended up finishing 6th on that day. But she makes her 4-year-old debut here today, and if she's anywhere near what we saw from her in the Grade 1 Central Bank Ashland, she should be on the front end or not too far off of it. You've got to expect her and the plan with Javier Castellano to try to take it to these fillies and mares here in the Baird Double Dog Dare. And then finally, the third choice is the number 4 horse, RS2 for Arnaud Delacour. Part of the pace in the Grade 3 Royal Delta at Gulfstream Park. She should probably be tracking the inside mare in Royal Flag here today with her style. But, Gabby, you can't ignore her consistency. She's really come on since moving to the Delacour barn. She's a Grade 3 winner at Laurel, and she's a past winner here at Keeneland as well.
She is, and this is such a good group of fillies and mares here coming up next. This number 6 Speech is who I ultimately landed on for Michael McCarthy. She was extremely impressive in the Grade 1 Central Bank Ashland during the July meeting here last year, Scott. It was a track, though. It was a time that we saw a lot of horses break track records, a lot of stakes records as well. The main track was extremely fast, and you could also say it was a little bit speed favoring, too. So she had a perfect trip stalking the pace, and she went on to win by 3 lengths that day. One thing about the race in the Grade 1 Ashland is that there were a lot of sprinters stretching out to a distance of ground. So I think that even enhanced her performance that day. Then she came back to run in the Grade 1 Kentucky Oaks. Obviously, that did not go very well for her. She had a troubled start. She came back to cut back in distance in the Grade 1 Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint. It's interesting, looking at her career, that trainer Michael McCarthy has tried sprinting her before in the past, has tried going a distance of ground with her. When you look at her from a physical standpoint, she's actually very short-coupled. It doesn't look like she should go very far, so it makes sense as to why he did sprint her for as long as he did. She does look very fit off the layoff, and I expect her to be forwardly placed today under Javier Castellano. This isn't an easy field, though. The 4 Heiress 2 is definitely on the muscle today. She was one of the fillies that's just dragging her handlers around the paddock. She has been on her toes since she walked into the paddock, and I would assume she's going to stay that until post time here today. She is feeling great for Arnaud Delacour. When you look at her last race and look at the Grade 3 Royal Delta, she was beaten by Queen Nakia, who came back to finish 4th in the Top Flight Stakes at Aqueduct. But in that race in particular, the pace collapsed. It was a very fast pace, and the field kind of came together in the end. And I just thought she might have moved a touch too soon. She didn't have the stamina to sustain after that. She ultimately did finish 2nd, but a good race. And at least she has recency. That's her advantage over the 1 Royal Flag and the 6 Speech. She has recent races, and you can't argue the fact that she is extremely fit here today. The number 1 Royal Flag for trainer Chad Brown, she is a petite filly, very narrow. There's not much size to her, but she is very strong. They're trying to put the saddle on her right now, and she has actually acted like a very classy filly here in the paddock so far. There are a couple of horses in here that are very keen, very much on their toes. She wasn't necessarily doing that, so it looks like the saddle is going on just fine right now. And like I said, for the most part, she's been extremely classy. They're probably going to give her a little round here, a little walk, and get the overgirth on in just a minute. But she is a filly that seemingly was, or mare I should say, was improving in the late half of her season last year. And we've seen this with Chad Brown. Sometimes these horses, they actually perform some of their best races first off the layoff. He just really knows how to prepare them off of these extended layoffs. And she doesn't look like a horse that would take a lot to get fit in the morning either. Like I said, she's not very big in size, and it looks like she's extremely fit off the layoff. We'll see if she can take another step forward in her 5-year-old season. But beautiful group of fillies and mares here, and they all are very talented, deservingly so, deserve to be in this Grade 3 event. Coming up next is the Baird Double Dog Dare at 1 1/16 on the main track.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 9th and featured race, 26th running of the Baird Double Dog Dare Stakes. Grade 3 for fillies and mares age 4 and up, a mile and a 16th over the fast main track. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Scratch the 7, Bajan Girl. Again, scratch 7, Bajan Girl. No super high 5 on this featured 9th race, but it does start the last of the day's rolling doubles. Post time at just 7 minutes. They parade to the post for the Baird Double Dog Dare. Number 1 is Royal Flag, owned by W.S. Ferry, trained by Chad Brown. Joel Rosario is the jockey. 2 High Regard, owned by G. Watts Humphrey Jr., trained by Victoria Oliver. The jockey, Rafael Bejarano. 3 Graceful Princess, owned by Whisper Hill Farm, LLC, of Amanda Pope, trained by Todd Pletcher. Jockey, Luis Saez. 4 Eris 2, owned by Beverly Anderson and Ed Seltzer, trained by Arnaud Delacour. The jockey, Tyler Gaffalione. 5 Bonnie South, owned by Judd Mott of Fahad bin Khalid, trained by Brad Cox, Florent Giroux to ride. And 6 Speech, owned by Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners of Aaron Wellman, owned by Madaket Stables LLC of Saul Kuman, owned by the Hyder Family Stables LLC of Scott Hyder, trained by Michael McCarthy. Jockey, Javier Castellano. The featured Baird Double Dog Dare in 5 minutes.
It is time for the Grade 3 Baird Double Dog Dare Stakes. 5 minutes to post. Gabby, we'll start with Royal Flag, coming out onto the course with such class as she gets set to make her Keeneland debut and her 9th career start, seeking back-to-back graded stakes wins for Mr. Farish.
Yes, you perfectly described it. All class today. She's acting like an absolute professional. And Scott, I don't want to say that the other fillies and mares in here aren't acting professionally. They're just extremely keen and sharp. I was very scared of the paddock just a few moments ago. So all these horses are definitely on their toes, but the one Royal Flag, she really kept her composure, and a lovely looking filly there for Chad Brown.
Such good pedigrees in races like this, and the 3-horse Graceful Princess is an easy one to point towards for Mandy Pope. Whisper Hill Farm is what she campaigns her runners under, and this is a daughter of Tappet out of the Horse of the Year, Havre de Grace, who is seeking a graded stakes victory here today with Luis Saez.
The one thing I didn't really like about her form is the fact that she shows speed and then she stops. Speed and fade, speed and fade. But when you look at her from a physical standpoint, Scott, she is elegant. That is the way that I would describe her. Just really long features. She was probably acting the best out of all in the paddock, too. She just seems very collected this afternoon. So I'm loving what I'm seeing from her. She's just going to have to prove it in the afternoon that she can have the stamina and the class to compete with, these types of horses.
Ace 2 is the number 4 horse. I would imagine that she was pretty revved up on the other side because she was ready to go when she came out here for the post parade.
She was very revved up. She was probably one that scared me the most of the paddock, Scott. But she looks great. She's extremely fit. She's dappled. She looks like she's holding good condition as well for trainer Arnaud Delacour. And you kind of like to see that. I mean, this is a filly that shows speed. You'd rather her see her on her toes and awake than dull. So that's not necessarily a bad thing. She's sharp.
I think there's a good chance that she'll be the one closest to Speech, provided Speech shows some speed away from there. And then the filly that's probably going to be last early on, and this is just based on looking at her form, Gabby, and what we heard from Florent Giroux earlier this morning with Tom Leach's interview on today at Keeneland. He says, there's nothing I can do. That's her. She settles from well off the pace and then makes a run. It's just a matter of whether or not she can get there at this mile and a 16th distance.
I just don't know if she gets the right pace set up. As always, Brad Cox's horses look fantastic in the afternoon, and she looks no differently. But she is one of those closers in this race, probably the deepest closer in this race, and I just don't see there being much speed. There's legitimate speed in here. I don't think it's going to come back to her.
Good luck to all the connections. Good luck to those of you placing wagers on the Grade 3 Baird Double Dog Dare Stakes. We've got 2 minutes to post.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 9th and featured race, 26th running of the Baird Double Dog Dare Stakes, Grade 3. First wire, they are at the post. And they're off in the Baird Double Dog Dare Stakes. There goes Speech. There goes Graceful Princess. Graceful Princess from the inside. Speech right there toward the outside. These two come to the front as they head for the first turn. Graceful Princess gets over next to the rail and has the early lead as they round the turn. Speech will go second by just a length. Heiress 2 travels in third. Bonnie South is fourth up on the outside. Royal Flag is fifth, and High Regard last of the six. Graceful Princess shows the way onto the backstretch. Graceful Princess leads it by almost a full length. Speech goes second, just off the leader's flank now. Then Heiress 2, who's third by 3/4 of a length. Bonnie South, followed by Royal Flag, and High Regard, 24.11 seconds, the time for the opening quarter. Graceful Princess, the leader. Midpoint of the backstretch, Graceful Princess leads it by a length. Speech continues to travel along in second by a length. Heiress 2 is third, 3/4 of a length. Bonnie South, fourth by 2 lengths. Royal Flag, next to last, and High Regard is down toward the rail trailing, but right there with the rest. 48.02 seconds for the opening half mile. Graceful Princess is the leader at the entry to the far turn. Heiress 2, then Bonnie South up on the outside. And there goes Bonnie South, beginning her run midway on the far turn. Royal Flag is moving up behind her into fourth. But Graceful Princess at the quarter pole leads it by a half length. Bonnie South is second. Royal Flag is third. And looking toward the far outside as they work their way off the far turn. Speech has dropped out to last. Royal Flag swings up in the center of the track. Bonnie South has a head in front off the turn. Graceful Princess is fighting on toward the inside. Final furlong of the Bear Double Dog Dare Stakes. Royal Flag, Graceful Princess, Bonnie South between that pair. Royal Flag, Bonnie South, Graceful Princess to the inside. At the line, it is Bonnie South between horses winning the Bear Double Dog Dare by a head.
She broke as well as she has ever in the past, and I think that ends up being the difference here, Gabby. Bonnie South able to pull this off, always sitting close to the pace, and has the advantage right now as she sticks her nose in front of the 3-horse Graceful Princess. Now just the question is, can she hold off Royal Flag? And it looks like she did.
Yeah, Florent Giroux actually had her a lot closer to the pace than I expected, and that, I think, was the difference maker here. But you don't often see a horse fight like this, who's sandwiched in between horses. We could see the 3 on the inside, Graceful Princess, fighting back, and the late rally of the 1 Royal Flag. But it does look like the 5, Bonnie South, comes back on again, getting a second wind for trainer Brad Cox to potentially hold on here in the Grade 3 Baird Double Dog Dare.
Photo for the win. Hold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's featured ninth race. 5, Bonnie South was first. 1, Royal Flag was second. 3, Graceful Princess third. And 4, Heiress 2 fourth. 5, 1, 3, 4, unofficial. Keeneland's featured ninth race, 26th running of the Baird Double Dog Dare Stakes Grade 3. Finishing first, number 5, Bonnie South, owned by Judd Mott of Fahad bin Khalid, trained by Brad Cox, Florent Giroux, the jockey. Bonnie South, a 4-year-old filly by Munnings, out of Touch the Star by Tappet, bred in Kentucky by Judd Mott Farms, Incorporated. Results are now official. The time for the mile and a 16th over the fast main track, 1 minute 43.46 seconds. 5:134, the official results for Keeneland's featured ninth. And now the Baird Double Dog Dare Trophy presentation. Mr. Jim Allen, Vice Chairman, Mr. Steve Grossman, Managing Director, and Mr. Tom Kessinger, Managing Director, present the trophy to the connections of number 5, Bonnie South, the winner of the Baird Double Dog Dare Stakes.
Bonnie South achieves another graded stakes win, and this time at Keeneland in the Grade 3 Baird Double Dog Dare. Brad Cox, her trainer, Florent Giroux, her rider. What was the difference here today off of some strong efforts that we'd seen from her in the recent past?
Just her breaking good, and pull her in a race, a little bit closer than she has been to. I think today there wasn't much space. The idea with her was to see how she break, and I couldn't really rush her, but in the same token, I couldn't be too far back, and try to make a late run and let those horses in front goes. But she was a nice talking trip, and when I asked her turning for home, she gave me a nice kick, and she was very brave at the end to hold on the royal flag in the past few strides at the end.
Congratulations, Florent.
Thank you.
Brad, you said coming in fresh maybe was the difference for her today. Did you see a different filly coming into this race?
Yeah, I felt like physically she'd moved forward from 3 to 4. She's certainly been working that way over the morning. She had a big work last weekend at Churchill and was kind of touting herself. So Fran did a good job realizing there wasn't a lot of pace on. She had a little bit of a wide trip and dug in late, so I was very proud of her.
What kind of campaign do you think we could see from this mare here in 2021?
Hopefully one full of grade ones. That would be the goal. Obviously I'm like to congratulate the Judd Mott team. Spencer would be a race that would definitely be, on the radar, having the Judd Mott connections. And, hopefully we can get her there and then maybe off to the Breeders' Cup.
Let's hope that happens. Congratulations.
Thanks, Scott. Appreciate it.
Brad Cox, Bonnie South, Grade 3 Double Dog Dare, the Friday feature.
Keeneland's 10th and final race upcoming, the turf-listed good, rail at 20 feet. Scratch 8, Happy American. Scratch the 8, Happy American. Carry over for the Toyota Jackpot Super High 5, $25,763.
10th and final race on this beautiful Friday afternoon, and they'll be back out on the grass course for this 10th race. 3-year-old maiden special weight going 1 mile and a 16th, and Scarlet Fusion is my top play. Right now, second choice in the wagering at 5-2. Here's a son of Keeneland that E5 Racing went into partnership via the Keeneland September sale with Stone Street Stables, the breeders of this colt, for $800,000. Well-bred, comes from a first dam who was stakes placed by the name of Scarlet Tango. This is a half-brother to 4 stakes winners, including Terrace Tango and Visionaire. And the aspect of the reason that I'm playing him today is that he's a half-brother to 4 turf winners. This is a colt with the kind of pedigree that they had. You can see why they tried him on dirt. He's had plenty of opportunities to break his maiden. He's come close on occasion, including his race on January 16th. The runner that beat him that day at Fairgrounds on the 16th of January, Big Lake, would go on and finish third in the Grade 2 Rebel Stakes at Oaklawn Park. So facing good competition, but let's hope that the turf pedigree comes out on the dam side, the first dam side here today, Scarlet Fusion, as he sits at 5-2, trying turf for the first time in what will be his 6th start. Mubtada is the number 3 horse, Pletcher colt by Warfront and Shadwell Stables. Pletcher's having a nice meet here, as you can see in the past performances. And this is a son of Warfront from a Tappet mare. That is distance on top of distance as far as pedigree. And they debuted him 5/8 of a mile at Gulfstream Park. And he hung right in there early on and ultimately was 4th beaten 2 3/4 lengths. So the added distance should be key for this colt. And that's why he sits at even money. And the connections certainly don't hurt either, with Luis Saez going for Todd Pletcher here this afternoon. And then I'll go to the number 4 horse as a big price, Uncle Duke. We saw this trainer pull off an upset earlier in the card, a colt by Uncle Mo. Here's another pedigree angle, Gabby. This is a colt that is a half-brother to 5 turf winners in the past. So if he can handle it here today, perhaps a step up will come with Sophie Doyle looking for a second win, the rider, here on today's card.
All right, Scott. Well, I did go to the even money favorite here, the number 3, Mubtada, for trainer Todd Pletcher. When you look at his first race, he was defeated by Dr. Duke. Dr. Duke is a pretty good turf sprinter in South Florida, and he's also extremely fast. So I just think this horse was run off his feet a little bit. You have to be extremely quick in order to win a 5/8 turf sprint at Gulfstream Park. And I actually thought he did a really good job of trying to keep up with the pace, but ultimately he just fated to finish 4th that day. He was bet, which I think is a good sign. Obviously, Todd Pletcher horses always get bet down there in South Florida, but that race was particularly strong. As you can see, Dr. Duke in there, Wara, there were some horses. So I do think he was a live horse in his first start. He just doesn't want to sprint on the turf. So the added distance will be beneficial for this horse, and I don't know if anybody can run with him. To me, it just seems like Luis Saez will go on to the lead and never look back. The number 6, Scarlet Fusion, if he does take to the turf today, I guess he could be 4thly placed. I just don't think he's fast enough to run with the speed of Mubtada. But Scott was mentioning the lovely pedigree, $800,000 Keeneland September purchase as a yearling. He's by Curlin, so you understand why this horse has competed on the main track as of late, but a very strong turf influence on the bottom side. And he does look like a horse that's continuing to improve, which I also think is important. He has 2-turn experience. You know he's going to be fit. It's just a question of whether or not he can improve on this surface. And then the 7, Alpha Predator, will be the 3rd pick for me. Nice price at 15-1 for Timmy Ham, son of Animal Kingdom. And then you also get Elusive Quality on the bottom side. This horse has solely raced on the synthetic at Turfway, but I think his pedigree suggests that he should take a big step forward on the turf today. And when you look past the 2 likeliest winners between the 3 Mubtada and the 6 Scarlet Fusion, I think it's a very level playing field. So why not try to find a big price to throw in underneath if you're playing those exactas or trifectas? And that was the price I wanted to use with that turf pedigree. So it's going to be 3, 6, 7 for me in the 10th and final race on this program.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 10th and final race, the Belmar, maiden special weight for 3-year-olds at a mile and a 16th. Over the turf course listed good, rail at 20 feet. Scratch the 8, Happy American. Carryover for the Toyota Jackpot Super High 5, $25,763. Post time in 6 minutes.
Taking a look at the one right now in the final few minutes before the nightcap here at Keeneland Racecourse. 5 minutes to post race number 10. Rustler, son of Dominus, who hasn't raced in 9 months. He's done nothing but sprint so far in his career, Gabby, but he looks nice. Dane Kabisky has him ready to go off this 9-month layoff. He also gets Lasix for the first time.
He is a big-looking horse, so I don't think the added distance should hurt him. And as you said, Scott, he does look well prepared coming in off the layoff for Dane Kabisky. And with the added distance, I think he's a horse that will likely show speed out of the gate.
Mubtada, the number 3 horse, just watching him conduct himself, he's a horse that wants to do what he wants to do. You can see Luis Saez with his hands a little bit full. I mean, he was a little studdish when he came through the tunnel. He settled in, but he hasn't been with the pony at all. And right now, he's seeing something and not wanting to go towards it as he warms up.
Scott, my first question to you was, is he a Tappet?
On the damn side.
On the bottom side, so I knew there was some sort of influence in the pedigree. It's just funny how we've seen Tappet and his progeny just have their quirks and sometimes just a little goofy in the afternoon. And this horse was a bit studdish coming out to the main track. He wanted no part of the pony this afternoon. After he was off camera in the post braid, he broke post braid, turned around, and Luis Saez tried to give him a good strong warm up just to get some of that negative energy out of him. But he is a horse that is just focusing on everything except the task at hand. But he looks like a happy horse, a lot of bounce to his stride. It's just the question of whether or not he'll be focused today.
Well, he's focused in on everything. He is looking at everything around him right now.
Look at his head
as he warms up. I believe he's on the far turn right now. And I think he's looking over to the parking lot, perhaps some folks leaving early here at Keeneland. But, yeah, Luis has got him going good right now in the Shadwell Silks. And then finally the 5-horse Prince Mayor for Paulo Lobo. This is a colt that they're taking a big shot here with him. He was second for maiden 30 at Turfway Park. Here's another one that gets to go 2 turns for the first time.
This is not a horse that I would have picked off of his form, Scott, but he really caught my eye on the track. He does look like a two-turn turf horse. He really looks like a turf horse. You can see just the long slack pasterns and the way he's built. And he looks fit today. It is a question of talent, but I'm happy to at least see that he's only 9-1, 10-1. He's getting a little bit of play on the board, and I think he looks great on track.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 10th and final race, the Belmar. They are at the post. And they're off. There goes Rustler. Rustler from the inside with Mubtada also up close in the opening strides. Rustler, the leader, as the field heads down to the first turn. Mubtada goes second. Alpha Predator stacks up to the outside. Scarlet Fusion is there to his inside, followed by Prince Mayor in fifth. Uncle Duke is sixth. And Bioka is seventh and last as they move on to the first turn. Rustler is the leader. Rustler has the advantage, leads it by 2 lengths. Mubtada backs away for now to the second spot by 3/4 of a length. Scarlet Fusion hugs the rail in third by just a length, followed closely by Alpha Predator, who's moving forward toward the outside. Prince Mayor, Uncle Duke, who's wide at the back, and Bioka wrestled out to last, 23.4 seconds for that opening quarter. Back up front, Rustler is the leader. Mubtada, though, is starting to draw alongside at the midpoint of the backstretch. Half length, now just a neck, separate the top two. Alpha Predator third ahead to the outside of Scarlet Fusion. 49.48 seconds for the opening half mile. And then further back, Prince Mayor, Uncle Duke on the outside of that one. And Bioka is last, running 5 lengths from the lead into the far turn. And Rustler and Mubtada continue to go 1-2. Mubtada still a neck from the lead. Rustler toward the inside, Mubtada to the outside. Alpha Predator is out in the center of the course in the third position, a length and a half off the front pair. Scarlet Fusion is down toward the inside and fourth, 2 lengths from the front as they move off the far turn to the top of the stretch. Rustler, the leader. Mubtada takes aim again from the outside. Scarlet Fusion swings toward the outside from third position. Then Prince Mayor out in the center of the course in fourth. Final furlong, Rustler, the leader, a length and a half. Mubtada's second. Scarlet Fusion third. Prince Mayor, then Alpha Predator. It is Rustler, the leader. Scarlet Fusion trying to catch Rustler. And Scarlet Fusion is awakening. Scarlet Fusion coming forward. And Scarlet Fusion to win it for Tyler Gaffalione. Rustler was home second. And then Mubtada across the line in third. Alpha Predator fourth. And Prince Mayor fifth.
He takes to the turf course here today, and he was a pro, settling off the pace. He was down on the inside of horses. He gets some space to work with here as they start to fan out a bit once they straighten for home, Gabby. This was a big-time performance, running down two nice colts out in front of him. The Keeneland grad does it. Scarlet Fusion for E5 Racing and Stone Street Stables.
First time on the turf today, but he certainly was bred for it, especially on the bottom side of his pedigree. And he also was a horse that was just simply improving with each and every start. He had the race experience, the fitness, and that put him over the top over the one, Rustler, who ran a big race off of that extended layoff. So it's going to be the 6 Scarlet Fusion on top of the 1 for the 10th and final race here at Keeneland.
Photo for show. Hold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's 10th and final race. 6 Scarlet Fusion was first, 1 Rustler was second, 3 Mubtada was third, 7 Alpha Predator fourth, and 5 Prince Mayor fifth. 61375 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 10th and final race, the Belmar 6 Scarlet Fusion, owned by E5 Racing, thoroughbreds of Robert Edwards Jr., owned also by the Stone Street Stables, LLC, of Barbara Banke, trained by Mark Cassie. The winning jockey is Tyler Gaffalione. Scarlet Fusion, a 3-year-old son of Carlin out of Scarlet Tango by French Deputy. The winner bred in Kentucky by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings, LLC. Keeneland sales grad gets the mile and a 16th over the turf listed good, 1 minute 44.79 seconds. 10th race, results official, 61375, the official results for race 10. At Keeneland, the pick 6 pays on 6 of 6 with a consolation 5 of 6. Late pick 5 on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. There will be a carryover tomorrow for the Toyota Jackpot Super High 5, $30,386 when live racing resumes here tomorrow. First post 1:07 p.m. Eastern. For now, on behalf of Keeneland, we thank you. We remind you that advanced wagering is available on the rest of the simulcast card. Betting windows will close shortly. For Keeneland and for Baird, thank you and good evening.